Welcome back to another story on Watch Harry. This time, we're bringing you, what if vampire Coven found Harry at age 3 before Dursleys and raised him as immortal heir? Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The hunger and the cold. The rain had been falling since sundown, and Surrey smelled like wet concrete and someone's forgotten dinner going cold on a stove. Seraphine Voss had walked through the Black Death. She had stood in the ruins of Constantinople and watched an empire's last fire go out. She had crossed the channel in a fishing boat so small the waves came over the sides, and she had not been afraid because she had already survived everything the world had thought to throw at her in 9 centuries of living. Surrey, she thought, was somehow worse. "You said it would be quick," Dorian said behind her, his hands shoved in his coat pockets, his dark hair plastered to his forehead. He was performing misery the way he always did, enthusiastically, for an audience of one. "I said it would be efficient," Seraphine said without turning around. "Those are different things. We've been walking for 40 minutes. You don't get tired." "I get bored," he said, which was entirely true and entirely the problem with Dorian. 200 years and still no patience. She had been meaning to address that for at least a century. Caspian said nothing. He walked at Seraphine's left shoulder the way he had for 600 years, reading the street the way she'd taught him, exits, angles, the particular quality of silence that meant someone was home and someone was not. His eyes tracked the row of identical houses with the mild contempt of a man who had seen real architecture. "Privet Drive," he said quietly, reading the street sign. How wonderfully banal. It was number 4 that stopped her. Not because of anything she could see. The house was dark, curtains drawn, a Ford Anglia sitting in the driveway with a small dent in the rear bumper. The garden was immaculate in the obsessive way of people who cared very much about what the neighbors thought. A perfectly ordinary house on a perfectly ordinary street in the most perfectly ordinary town she had visited in 9 centuries. But there was something on the doorstep. Seraphine stopped walking. Caspian stopped half a beat later, his head coming up. Dorian walked into Caspian's shoulder, swore quietly in Italian, then also stopped. The bundle on the doorstep was small. A blanket, mostly, tucked around something that moved with the slow, shallow rhythm of sleep. A basket, she realized as her eyes adjusted, not that they needed adjusting, but she had learned to let herself perceive things the way a human would first, then let the rest of her senses catch up. She could hear his heartbeat from the pavement. It was the heartbeat that had been pulling at her since they'd crossed into the burrow, a thread of something ancient wound through an ordinary human pulse, something that hummed against her skin like a plucked string still vibrating. She had thought it was a fault line. She had been in Surrey long enough to know its geology held no fault lines, but she hadn't been able to think of another explanation. Now she was standing on Privet Drive at 11 o'clock at night looking at a toddler asleep in a basket on a doorstep in the rain, and she understood. "Is that a child?" Dorian said flatly. "Yes." "On a doorstep?" "Yes." He stared at the house. Then back at the basket. Then at Seraphine, and his voice lost its theatrical edge entirely. Someone left a child on a doorstep. It would appear so. She was already moving, crossing the garden in 3 steps, crouching down in front of the basket with the ease of something that had spent centuries learning how to make itself seem smaller than it was. He was perhaps 2 or 3 years old. Dark hair curling damp against his forehead. Small face still rounded with baby fat, mouth slightly open, one fist curled against his cheek in the boneless sprawl of a child deep in enchanted sleep, and there it was, the thing that stopped the word enchanted from being a figure of speech. He was under a sleeping charm. Someone had put him to sleep before abandoning him. She didn't know whether that made it better or worse. There was a letter tucked in the blanket. She didn't need to read it yet. What she needed was to understand the scar. It sat on his forehead, just below the hairline, a jagged bolt of lightning, pink and fresh, the kind of scar that hadn't finished deciding what it wanted to be. And out of it came the thing she'd been feeling since Surrey, the pulse of magic so old and so strange that it had no single category. Not dark. Not light. Something that had been caught in a tremendous collision and come out the other side fundamentally changed. She knew that feeling. She had felt it in the aftermath of battles where the magic went wrong, where spells met each other at exactly the wrong angle and the resulting energy had nowhere to go. She had felt it in old forests where something had died that should not have died, where the land itself remembered the shape of what was lost. She had never felt it in a child. Very carefully, as if she were handling something that could still shatter, Seraphine reached out and touched the scar with 2 fingers. The pulse answered her like a second heartbeat. Sarah. Caspian's voice was low, careful. He had come to stand behind her and was looking at the child with an expression she recognized, the one where he was assembling information and didn't yet like what it was building. The letter. She took it from the blanket without disturbing the child. Broke the seal, plain wax, no crest, and read. It was short. Shorter than abandoning a child deserved. The handwriting belonged to someone old, deliberate, accustomed to writing things that would not be questioned. To the residents of No. 4 Privet Drive, Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, is left in your care. His parents died on the night of October 31, 1981, defending the wizarding world from he who must not be named. Harry survived, as you can see. He must be kept safe and loved until the time comes for him to return to our world. I trust in your decency and your family bond. Please care for him as one of your own. Albus Dumbledore. No threats. No contingencies. No follow-up plan she could see in the ink. Just trust, extended to strangers, on behalf of a sleeping 3-year-old. Seraphine had lived through 9 centuries of human decision-making and she was still, occasionally, surprised by how confidently people trusted in decency without any mechanism to enforce it. She looked up at the house. Dark windows. Curtains that had not moved. A family asleep inside who had received a child on their doorstep 12 months ago and had, she noted, not brought him inside. She looked at the child. Then she looked at the letter again. Harry Potter. She had heard that name. The wizarding world thought itself hidden from her kind, but they had been sharing the dark for centuries and she paid attention. She had heard the whispers that moved through the magical community in November of last year, the Dark Lord defeated, a baby who survived, a scar like a lightning bolt. She had not paid it much attention at the time. Dark Lords rose and fell with a frequency she found depressing. The babies who survived them usually grew up to be complicated. She stood up. What are you doing? Dorian asked. I'm going to knock. She knocked 3 times, sharp and clear. The sound echoed on the quiet street. Upstairs, a light came on. Then footsteps, heavy and irritated, the footsteps of a large man who did not appreciate being woken. The door opened on a chain. The man behind it was enormous, not tall, exactly, but built on the scale of something that had eaten exceptionally well for many years. Small, suspicious eyes. A thick mustache. He looked at Seraphine the way men who fear things they don't understand look at things they don't understand, with aggression, because aggression is easier than fear. Do you know what time it is? He demanded. 11:14, Seraphine said pleasantly. I've come about the child. His eyes dropped to the basket on his doorstep. Something moved in them, recognition, and guilt, and then anger that she was there to witness both. What child? Don't know what you're talking about. The one you put outside, she said, still pleasant, still calm. In the rain. On the doorstep. In November. I didn't put anyone anywhere. Don't know anything about it. I see. She looked at him for a long moment. Not with any particular threat, she had learned, centuries ago, that the most effective thing she could do when a human was lying to her face was simply to look at them until they remembered who they were. You understand, I can see you. Something shifted in his face. The gilt moved closer to the surface and then he shoved it back down with the practiced ease of a man who had been doing exactly that for some time. Whatever that is out there is nothing to do with me or mine. You can take it to social services if you like. Nothing to do with us. It, Seraphine said. He blinked. What? You called him it? A long pause. The rain came down between them. Good night, Seraphine said, and the man shut the door. She stood very still for 3 seconds. Behind her, she heard Dorian make a quiet, sharp sound that was not quite words. She turned, picked up the basket, the child didn't stir, still deep in the sleeping charm, and walked back to the pavement where Caspian stood. He looked at her face and said nothing. We take him, she said. Sarah, we take him, she said again, and her voice had that quality it sometimes got, the one that came from 9 centuries of being the person who made decisions in the dark. Not loud. Not cruel. Simply final. We take him and we find out what was done to him and who left him here and why, and then we decide what comes next. Caspian studied her face for a moment. Then he looked at the child in the basket, at the scar on the small forehead, at the little fist still curled against the small cheek. Something moved through Caspian's expression that was very old and very private. All right, he said. Dorian was already pulling off his coat to add to the blanket, practical despite everything, his face doing something complicated in the yellow light of the street lamp. He's absolutely soaked, he muttered. How long was he out here? Long enough, Seraphine said, and they walked away from Privet Drive. The Coven's current residence was a house outside the city, not a manor, not a castle, nothing that announced itself. A Georgian townhouse in a quiet village in Wiltshire that they had owned under various names since 1804. It had a cellar, a library that occupied 3 rooms, and a garden that backed onto a wood. It was the kind of house that belonged to the landscape, unremarkable enough that people who walked past it never quite remembered it afterward. Lysara was waiting at the door. 400 years old, still wearing the reading glasses she didn't need because she had once told Seraphine they helped her think, and she had an open book in her hand and an expression on her face that moved rapidly from welcoming to sharp the moment she registered what Seraphine was carrying. Is that a child? She said. Everyone keeps asking me that, Seraphine said, moving past her into the warmth of the entrance hall. As if I might be confused about the nature of a child. You left to sort out a property dispute with a warlock in Guildford. The warlock was unpleasant and ultimately persuadable without intervention. Seraphine set the basket carefully on the hall table and stood back. The child was on a doorstep in the rain. Lysara put down her book and came forward, and her face when she saw the scar went through 3 very fast changes: recognition, calculation, and something deeply uneasy. Seraphine. I know. Is that Harry Potter? Yes. The Dumbledore boy. He left him with Muggles. Seraphine handed Lysara the letter. No oversight. No follow-up. No contingency. Lysara read it quickly, her expression cycling through several varieties of incredulity. He trusted them. He trusted in family bond, Seraphine said, which she thought was its own specific category of naive. Family bond was, in her experience, one of the least reliable forces in the known universe. She had spent 9 centuries watching families betray each other with extraordinary creativity. The sleeping charm is going to wear off soon. Lysara was already examining the child with the careful attention she brought to anything she didn't understand, which was part of why Seraphine had turned her in 1612 when Lysara had been a physician's apprentice in Bruges. The woman was constitutionally incapable of leaving a mystery alone. When it does, he's going to wake up in an unfamiliar place and be frightened. Then someone should be there when he wakes up, Seraphine said. There was a silence in the hall. Caspian had come in and was leaning against the doorframe. Dorian was sitting on the bottom stair looking at the basket with the expression of a man assembling very large feelings into a very small container. If we keep him, Caspian said carefully, the wizarding world will look for him. Yes. Dumbledore in particular. Also yes. And we're going to, he paused, reading her face. We're going to keep him anyway. I found a child in the rain, Caspian. His family left him in a basket like something from a story that isn't supposed to have happy endings. She looked at the sleeping child and felt the pulse of old magic against her awareness like a second heartbeat that had decided to sync with hers. I'm not taking him back. Caspian was quiet for a moment. Then, I'll call Mathis about the wards. Mathis was a warlock in Edinburgh, one of the very few magical humans they maintained a relationship with. Discreet, old-fashioned, deeply indebted to Seraphine for reasons that went back to a gambling debt in 1923. We'll want them strong. Do that, she said. And if Dumbledore comes? Seraphine looked at the letter in Lysara's hands. At the absolute certainty in that old, deliberate handwriting, the trust extended to strangers, the complete absence of any system to check whether the trust was earned. Dumbledore, she said, is going to have to explain several things to me before I consider returning a child he abandoned in the rain. Dorian stood up from the stair. I'll make the guest room up, he said, and his voice had lost all of its theatrical quality entirely. The small one, off the kitchen. It's warmer. Harry woke at 2 in the morning. Seraphine heard the exact moment the sleeping charm broke, a small shift in his breathing, a sudden tension in the tiny muscles of his hands, and she was in the doorway of the small warm room before the first sound came out of him. He sat up in the nest of blankets Dorian had assembled with unexpectedly tender precision, dark hair falling over his forehead, small face still creased from sleep, and looked around the room with the immediate, wide-eyed alertness of a child who had learned that waking up in an unfamiliar place was a thing that required rapid assessment. He looked at the room. Then at the door. Then at Seraphine. He had green eyes, she noted. Very green, the kind of color that didn't quite look real in lamplight. And he was looking at her with an expression that had skipped past frightened and gone straight to evaluating, which was interesting, and told her something about the year he'd spent on Privet Drive. Hello, she said. He said nothing. Kept looking at her. My name is Seraphine. You're safe. You're in my house, and no one is going to hurt you here. He looked at the room again, systematic. The lamp. The window. The blanket. Then back at her. It was raining, he said, very seriously, as if this was important information she might not have. Yes, she said. It was raining. That's why I brought you inside. The door was locked, he said. He touched the blanket. Blanketess dry. We dried it. He absorbed this. Then he said, still in that very serious way, Uncle Vernon locks the door sometimes. When I make a mess. Seraphine held very still. Did I make a mess? He asked. No, she said. You didn't make a mess. You were asleep. He thought about this. Oh, he said. Then, I'm hungry. Seraphine had walked through the Black Death. She had watched Constantinople burn. She had been genuinely, profoundly moved fewer than a dozen times in 9 centuries. Then we'll get you something to eat, she said, and held out her hand. He looked at her hand. Then at her face. Then he climbed out of the blankets, stood up with the slightly unsteady dignity of a very small person, and put his hand in hers. He was cold. She was colder, but that was something to address another time. They went to the kitchen, and she made him toast with honey because it was the middle of the night and she was improvising, and she sat across from him at the kitchen table and watched him eat with the concentrated earnestness of a child who didn't quite trust that the food would still be there if he looked away. What's your name? She asked. Harry, he said. Then, carefully, Harry Potter. That's a good name. Aunt Petunia doesn't like it, he said, matter of fact, tearing a piece of toast in half. She says it's a made-up name. She calls me boy mostly. Seraphine watched him eat his toast. "Harry," she said. "Would you like to stay here for a while?" He looked up. The evaluation was back in his eyes, that oddly adult quality of a child who has learned to be careful about what he wants, because wanting things you don't get is worse than not wanting them. "How long's a while?" "As long as you like," she said. He thought about this for a long moment. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the garden was quiet, and somewhere in the house she could hear Dorian pretending to be asleep in his chair in the library instead of listening. "Okay," Harry said, and went back to his toast. He did not ask to go back. In the first week, she had expected it, the confusion, the grief, the midnight crying for people who had not been kind to him but were familiar. Children's grief was not rational, which was one of the things she had always found most human about it. Instead, Harry explored. He moved through the house with a systematic thoroughness that she found both endearing and slightly alarming, opening doors and peering around corners with his green eyes very wide and his small face set in an expression of absolute concentration. He discovered the library on the second day and stood in the doorway for a full 2 minutes, just looking, before Lysara came past and asked if he wanted to come in. He came in. He sat cross-legged on the rug in front of the shelves and looked at the spines of books while Lysara worked, and after a while he said, "Can I touch them?" "Of course," Lysara said. He touched them very carefully, running his small fingers along the spines, reading the ones he could read and looking with puzzled attention at the ones he couldn't. "What's this language?" he asked, pulling a slim volume from the shelf. Lysara looked. "That's Latin." "Oh," he said, and turned the pages with a kind of reverent attention. "What does it say?" "It's a guide to identifying different kinds of magical plants by their root structure." Harry considered this. "That's useful," he said, very seriously. Lysara looked at Seraphine over the child's head with an expression that said, "He is either remarkable or already a little odd," and Seraphine thought both were probably true. By the end of the second week, Caspian had started teaching him chess. This was Caspian's version of assessment. He played chess with anything he was trying to understand, human, vampire, or otherwise, because he believed, and Seraphine had long ago stopped arguing with him about it, that the game told you more about the way a mind worked than most conversations. He set up the board on the kitchen table one evening while Harry was having dinner, and said, with the studied casualness of a man who had been planning this, "Do you know how to play?" "No," Harry said. "I'll show you." He showed him. Harry listened with complete attention, not asking questions until Caspian was finished, and then asking 3 very precise ones about the movement of the knight. They played. Harry lost badly, quickly, and without any evident distress. "Again," he said. They played again. He lost again, slightly less badly. Again. Caspian looked at Seraphine with an expression that had lost most of its analytical detachment. They played until Harry's eyes started drooping, and then Caspian carried him to bed because Harry had been awake long enough to start leaning against Caspian's arm without noticing he was doing it, and when Caspian came back downstairs his face was doing something he clearly didn't intend anyone to see. "Don't say anything," he said, sitting back down at the chess board. "I wasn't going to say anything," Seraphine said. "You were absolutely going to say something." "I was going to say," she said, with perfect composure, "that you need to buy him more books." He went through the ones Lysara gave him in 3 days. Caspian looked at the chess board for a moment. "I'll go to Oxford tomorrow," he said. "The children's section." "Thank you," she said. He was quiet. Then, he didn't cry once. Not when he woke up, not during the week. Not once. No. Children should cry sometimes. "I know." She picked up the white queen from the board, turned it over in her fingers. "He'll get there. When he trusts that it's safe. And if Dumbledore, she said, left him in a basket in the rain. Whatever Dumbledore thinks he needs the boy for, he had a year and he chose a basket on a doorstep. I'm not particularly interested in Dumbledore's timeline." Caspian said nothing. He put the chess pieces away with the careful, methodical movements of a man who was using the task to think. "All right," he said finally. Harry was 4 when he said he wanted to stay forever. They were in the garden on a late summer evening, the light going gold through the trees, and Dorian had been teaching him to cartwheel with the absolute commitment to the task that Dorian brought to everything that wasn't important, which was where Dorian's genuine warmth always lived, in the things that weren't supposed to matter. Harry cartwheeled badly, fell over, got up and tried again, fell over again, and lay in the grass laughing, and the laugh was the first completely unguarded thing Seraphine had heard from him. She was sitting on the stone bench at the edge of the garden, watching. Harry sat up in the grass and looked at her. "Seraphine," he said. "Yes? Can I call you Maman?" She had not been expecting that. In 9 centuries, she had turned 17 people. She had loved most of them and lost some of them and kept the ones who stayed. She had not expected to be a mother in any sense that wasn't metaphorical, and she had made peace with that a long time ago. "What made you think of that?" she asked. Harry shrugged, with the elaborate casualness of a child who has thought about something very much and wants to appear as if he hasn't. "Dorian calls you Sarah. Caspian calls you Seraphine. Lysara calls you Sarah sometimes too. But they all knew you before." He looked at the grass. "I didn't know you before. You found me." Seraphine looked at this small, serious, entirely unexpected child in her garden. "Yes," she said. "You can call me Maman." Harry considered this for a moment, apparently satisfied, and then looked at Dorian. "I want to try again," he announced. "Absolutely," Dorian said, and grabbed his hands to demonstrate again, and he was smiling in a way that had nothing theatrical about it at all. The magic started showing properly when Harry was 5. Before that there had been incidents, small things, the kind that could be explained as coincidence by people who wanted to explain them that way. Books falling from shelves at convenient moments. Lights flickering when he was upset. A spider in the kitchen that had relocated itself to the garden in a rather sudden fashion when Dorian had made a joke about it and Harry had looked at it with focused intensity. But at 5, sitting in the library with Lysara while she was reading to him from a book of ancient myths, properly reading, not the simplified versions, because Harry had made his feelings about simplified versions extremely clear, something happened. Lysara was reading about the Titans, about Prometheus, about the moment fire was taken from the gods and given to humanity, and Harry was listening with his eyes half closed in the concentrated way he had when something was holding his full attention, and without any visible intention or effort, 3 candles on the table between them lit simultaneously. Not one. Not with a struggle. 3, all at once, in a single neat breath of flame. Lysara stopped reading. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the candles. Then at his hands. Then at Lysara. "I didn't mean to," he said. "I know," Lysara said. And then, because she was constitutionally incapable of leaving a mystery alone, "Can you do it again?" Harry looked at the candles for a moment. They went out. He looked at them again, and they came back. Lysara set down her book slowly. "I need to get Seraphine," she said, in a voice that was being very carefully controlled. "Am I in trouble?" "No, sweetheart, absolutely not." She was already standing. "You are the opposite of trouble. Stay there." Seraphine came immediately, and Caspian came because he followed Seraphine when she moved quickly, and Dorian came because he had been nearby and had heard Lysara's voice and wanted to know what was happening. They stood in the library doorway and looked at Harry, who was sitting at the table surrounded by an arrangement of lit and unlit candles he had been experimenting with, and who had clearly in the 10 minutes it had taken everyone to arrive decided that if he was going to demonstrate something unusual it was better to do it thoroughly. He had 7 candles. He was cycling them, 3 on, then 4 off, then all 7, then 2, in deliberate sequences. He was absolutely focused, and he didn't look up until Seraphine stepped into the room. "I figured it out," he said, with deep satisfaction. I see that, she said, sitting down across from him. How does it feel? He thought about this seriously. Like thinking, he said. But warm. She looked at the candles. 7 little flames, perfectly steady, responding to his attention the way a well-trained thing responds to a hand it trusts. Harry, she said. You know that we are different from other people. Caspian and Dorian and Lysara and I. I know, he said, with a patience that suggested they'd had adjacent conversations before and he'd been waiting for this one. You're different from us as well. In a different way. She chose her words carefully. Not because he couldn't handle the truth, she had learned very quickly that Harry could handle most things if you gave them to him straight, but because the truth deserved precision. What you can do with the candles is called magic. And you have a great deal of it. He looked at the candles. More than most people? I think so. Yes. He processed this. Is that why the scar feels like something? She went still. What do you mean, feels like something? He touched his forehead, the lightning bolt just visible under the edge of his hair. It's got a sound, he said. Like when you hold a seashell up. But all the time. Only quieter lately. Seraphine looked at Lysara. Lysara's expression said, I've been saying we need to look at the scar properly for 6 months, which was accurate, but then Lysara's expression often said that about whatever she'd been saying for several months that no one had properly addressed. Hadrian, Seraphine said, using the name she'd been turning over in her mind for several weeks, not replacing Harry, but adding to it, the way the Coven's names worked, layered and earned. There are some things about where you came from that I should explain to you. Not tonight. But soon. He looked at her steadily. Okay. Are you frightened? He considered this with genuine thoughtfulness. No, he said. Should I be? Not right now, she said. Not in this house. Harry nodded, apparently satisfied, and turned one candle on and one candle off in the same moment, which was a piece of control she was fairly sure a 5-year-old shouldn't have been able to manage, and which made Lysara make a small, involuntary sound of scientific delight. He was 6 the night Caspian decided it was time. Time for what? Harry asked. To learn how to pay attention, Caspian said, and led him to the back garden in the dark. Dorian was already there, leaning against the oak tree at the garden's edge with his arms folded, looking resigned in the way he always looked when Caspian had an educational plan. Lysara stood to one side with a lantern she didn't need. Stand there, Caspian said, pointing to the center of the lawn. Harry stood there. Close your eyes. Harry closed them. Tell me what you hear. A pause. Then, wind in the oak. You're breathing, you don't breathe normally, it's slower. Dorian's not breathing at all right now, he keeps forgetting. The foxes in the wood. Something bigger, farther, maybe a deer. The stream, the small one, down past the wall. Another pause. Someone driving on the main road, 2 miles, maybe more. And the scar is doing its sound. A silence fell in the garden. All right, Caspian said, and his voice had a quality it sometimes got, very quiet, when he encountered something that recalibrated his expectations. Open your eyes. Harry opened them. Again, Caspian said. But this time I want you to find the thing you almost hear. Harry closed his eyes again, and in the garden, in the dark, with the oak tree moving slowly overhead and Dorian remembering to breathe after all, something began. A boy learning to listen. A coven watching. And underneath it all, like a second heartbeat synced to something old and patient and utterly determined, the magic in Harry's scar doing its quiet, constant sound, unaware, for now, that what it was counting down to had already changed. Chapter 2, What Teeth and Time Made. The first rule Caspian taught him was not how to fight. It was how to walk into a room. Harry was 6, and he thought this was possibly the most boring lesson he'd ever had, which was saying something because Lasara had once made him conjugate Latin verbs for 3 hours on a Tuesday. He stood in the doorway of the library and walked in, and Caspian watched from the armchair with his ankle crossed over his knee and his expression neutral in the way that meant he was actively unimpressed. Again, Caspian said. Harry walked back to the doorway and walked in again. What are you doing with your hands? Harry looked at his hands. Nothing. Exactly. Where do you look when you enter a room? At you. Because you're the person in it. No. Caspian uncrossed his ankle and sat forward. You look at the room. The person is part of the room. What's behind me? Harry looked behind Caspian. The window. The garden. The oak tree. The wall. What else? The lamp on the left is closer to the edge of the table than it usually is. Someone moved it this morning. You're the only person who's noticed. Caspian leaned back again. That's what you do when you walk into a room. Not surveillance. Not paranoia. Just attention. You learn the shape of ordinary so that when something changes, you already know. Harry stood in the doorway again and looked at the library properly this time. Not at Caspian. At the room. At the lamp that had moved, at the book Lasara had left open on the reading stand instead of closed on the shelf, at the slight mark in the rug by the fireplace where someone had stood and turned at an angle, at the particular quality of the afternoon light that meant it had been overcast until about an hour ago. Better, Caspian said, and Harry understood it was not the walking in that mattered. It was what you were doing while you did it. That summer, Harry's first summer of deliberate education, which was different from the informal education that had been happening since the candles, the Coven organized itself around him in the way that, he would understand much later, was one of the most significant things they ever did for him. Not by making space. By actually organizing. By sitting down, the four of them, in the kitchen one evening when they thought he was asleep, he wasn't, he'd gotten quite good at listening from the stairs, and dividing up his education with the careful thoroughness they brought to things that mattered. Lasara would handle languages, ancient magic, history, and the natural sciences, because Lasara believed that the natural sciences and the magical ones were the same subject approached from different directions, and Harry had already demonstrated an interest in both. Caspian would handle everything he categorized as strategic development, which Harry gathered meant thinking, fighting, and the large gray area between them. Dorian would handle, as Dorian put it in a voice Harry could hear even from the staircase, everything fun, which turned out to mean languages too, specifically the conversational ones, and also music, and also free running, which was a thing Dorian had become interested in when he'd been in Paris in the 90s and which Harry took to with a speed that made Dorian look extremely pleased with himself. Seraphine would handle, as she put it, everything else, which Harry gradually came to understand meant she would handle the lessons that didn't have names yet. The ones that came up in the middle of dinner, or during a walk in the wood, or at 2 in the morning when Harry couldn't sleep and she could hear him turning over in his bed and would appear in the doorway and say, "Come on then," and they'd go and sit on the stone bench in the garden and she would tell him about the 100 Years' War, or the way a blood moon affected vampire senses, or what it meant to be old enough that empires were a thing you'd watched come and go like weather. Harry listened to all of it. He had very early learned that listening was one of the most important things he could do, both because the Coven were worth listening to and because when you were the youngest person in any given room by several hundred years, silence was better strategy than noise. He was not, by nature, a silent child. But he had learned to choose when to be loud. Dorian taught him Italian the way Dorian did most things, with enormous enthusiasm and very little patience for methodology, which meant Harry learned it by being spoken at in Italian until it started making sense, which was, Harry privately thought, probably more effective than grammar exercises anyway. By the time Harry was 7 he could argue in Italian. Dorian had not entirely intended this outcome. "You're supposed to agree with me sometimes," Dorian said, exasperated, pacing the kitchen while Harry sat at the table eating breakfast and explaining, in precise and grammatically correct Italian, why Dorian's interpretation of the events of 1503 Florence was missing several important facts that Lysara had covered 3 weeks ago. "I agree with you when you're right," Harry said. "I'm 200 years old. Lysara says age and accuracy aren't correlated." "Lysara," Dorian said, switching to English because his Italian got faster when he was annoyed and Harry was still catching up at speed, "has been saying inconvenient things since 1612 and I have yet to work out how to stop her." "You can't stop her," Harry said. "Caspian's tried for 600 years. Dorian stared at him for a moment. Then he laughed, genuinely, the unself-conscious laugh that Harry had noticed Dorian saved for the moments he found actually funny rather than the ones he was performing for. "Eat your breakfast," he said. "I'm right though. Eat your breakfast." Harry ate his breakfast, satisfied, and went back to his Italian. By 8 he had French. By 9, passable Greek. Lysara started him on Latin seriously when he was 7, on the grounds that it underpinned half the magical vocabulary he was going to need, and also because she found that people who understood Latin understood the structure of language itself in a way that made everything else faster. Harry thought Latin was beautiful in the way that tools were beautiful, precise, functional, made for a purpose and very good at it. He also thought it was significantly harder than anyone had warned him, but he didn't say that out loud because he'd noticed that admitting difficulty to Lysara tended to result in more work rather than less, and admitting it to Caspian resulted in an expression that wasn't quite contempt but was adjacent to it in a way Harry found motivating. The magical education was Lysara's domain and she approached it the way she approached everything, from first principles. "Before you learn to do anything with magic," she told him, sitting across from him at the library table with a stack of books that Harry was beginning to suspect she assembled specifically for maximum intimidation, "you need to understand what it is." "It's like thinking but warm," Harry said. She paused, and her expression did the thing it did when he said something that intersected with an existing body of theory in a way she hadn't expected. "That's actually a reasonable intuitive description of how wandless magic feels at the lower end of the power spectrum." "Who told you that?" "No one. That's what it feels like." "Right." She made a note in her journal. Harry had noticed she made notes about him the way she made notes about everything else she was studying, which he found simultaneously flattering and slightly clinical. Magic is energy. It exists in the world, in the earth, in living things, and also in people who are born with the particular biological configuration that allows them to access and direct it. You are one of those people. I know. What you may not know is that magic also has memory. Harry looked up. When magic is used, Lysara continued, it leaves a trace. Not always visible, not always detectable without significant skill, but present. Places where magic has been used heavily for long periods of time become saturated. The magic in those places has layered over centuries and it remembers what it was used for. She paused. Your scar is something like that. It's not just a scar. It's a record of an event, a very large, very unusual magical event, and it's been holding that record for several years now. Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead. You've been reading about it, he said. I've been reading everything I can find, she agreed. The problem is that what I can find doesn't fully explain what I can detect. The magic in your scar is layered in a way that suggests something happened during the event that shouldn't have been possible. She chose her next words carefully. Do you know what a soul is? Different things depending on who you ask, Harry said, which was an answer he'd assembled from a combination of Lysara's philosophy texts and a very long conversation with Seraphine about what vampires thought happened after death. The magical theory is that the soul is an energetic signature. Unique to each person. The reason magical identification works, the reason certain ancient magics respond to specific individuals. She set her pen down and looked at him. The magic in your scar reads like there are two signatures in it. The library was quiet. Two, Harry said. One is yours. It's very strong, actually, stronger than I would expect for a child your age, but that's consistent with everything else you've demonstrated. She folded her hands. The other is something I've been identifying by contrast. By the places where it isn't yours. It's old magic. Dark in the specific sense that it's magic used in disregard of natural limits. And I'm not certain, and I want to do more work before I say this definitively, but I think it's the remnant of whatever tried to kill you. Harry absorbed this with the expression Caspian had taken to calling his operational face, not blank, but contained, doing the work of thinking without showing the working. It's stuck in me, he said. Something of it, yes. Which is why I need to understand it before we do anything about it. She met his eyes. This is not urgent. It is not dangerous right now. It is a puzzle that I am working on, and I will not do anything without telling you first. I promise. Harry nodded. Okay. Okay? She'd been bracing for more questions. You said it's not urgent. And you said you'll tell me. He looked at the stack of books on the table. Can we start on the runes now? I've been reading the introductory text and I have about 15 questions. Lysara looked at him for a moment. Then she opened the runes text and said, which 15? And the expression on her face was one Harry had privately catalogued as the one she got when something exceeded what she'd been prepared for, which he also found motivating. Caspian started him on physical training when he was 7, and Harry's first lesson was genuinely humbling. Not because Caspian was cruel about it. Caspian was, in the specific way of people who had been teaching things for centuries, efficient. He showed Harry a thing once and expected him to understand it, and when Harry didn't, he showed him again, and when Harry still didn't, he adjusted the instruction rather than repeating it, which was a teaching method Harry appreciated intellectually and found physically exhausting. The first day, Caspian showed him how to fall. Not how to fight. How to fall. How to take an impact without injury, how to redirect momentum, how to get back to your feet in the least possible time in the most possible directions. Harry fell approximately 40 times in the first hour. You're holding your breath, Caspian said. Because hitting the ground hurts. Yes. Holding your breath makes it hurt more and makes you slower. Breathe out when you land. Harry breathed out when he landed. It was, infuriatingly, better. He came inside that evening with grass in his hair and a bruise forming on his left hip and a look on his face that Seraphine recognized as the particular expression of a person who has been comprehensively challenged and is quietly delighted about it. How did it go? She asked. I fell a lot, Harry said. And I'm going to do it again tomorrow, he said, heading for the kitchen. He did. He fell, and got up, and fell again, and somewhere in the third week he had a session where he fell less than he got back up, and Caspian said, there, in the tone of a man marking a coordinate on a map, and moved on to the next thing. The next thing was how to move. Not running, not walking, just movement, the kind that took up as little space as possible while covering as much ground as possible. How to change direction without telegraphing it. How to use the height of a wall or the angle of a slope. The free-running Dorian had been teaching him layered under this in a way that Harry gradually understood was the point. They had been coordinating, Caspian and Dorian, building towards something without telling him, and by the time he was 8 he could move through the garden and the surrounding wood in a way that meant things heard him coming only when he wanted them to. The principle, Caspian told him once, sitting in the grass while Harry stretched out the particular ache of a training session that had gone very well by virtue of being very hard, is not to be unpredictable. Unpredictable people are easy to handle, you just wait them out. The principle is to be readable in the wrong direction. You want people to understand exactly what you're doing and be wrong about it. Harry thought about this. Chess, he said. Caspian looked at him. Exactly like chess. Yes. They played chess every evening. Harry had started beating Dorian at 6. Lysara at 7, though Lysara always claimed she wasn't really trying, which Harry thought was true in the specific sense that Lysara was always thinking about 3 other things at the same time. Caspian he had not yet beaten, not once, but the games were getting longer and Caspian's endgame was getting later, which Harry chose to find encouraging. The Coven didn't drink from humans. Seraphine had told him this early, carefully, not apologetically. It wasn't an apology, it was a fact, and she had explained it in the same tone she used for everything she wanted him to understand fully. "We drink blood," she said. "That's what we are. It's not a metaphor. But we have not taken blood by force from a human being in a very long time, and we don't intend to start." "Where do you get it?" Harry asked. "We have sources. A medical contact in Edinburgh, blood banks, willing donors in the broader community we're part of." She paused. "There's a larger network than you might think. People who know what we are and choose to be in relationship with us. Not all of those relationships are what humans would consider normal, but they're genuine." Harry had nodded, filing this. "Then, does it hurt? Not having more?" "Not having, you mean restraint? You could take more. You don't." He looked at her. "Does it cost something?" Seraphine had been quiet for a long moment. "Yes," she said. "It does. It costs attention. Every day, a degree of attention that humans don't have to spend. But the things worth being usually cost something." She looked at him. "Why?" "Just understanding the shape of things," he said, which was a phrase he'd gotten from Caspian's chess lessons and had begun applying to everything. After that, he paid attention differently when they fed. Not intrusively, he had been raised with a strong instinct for other people's privacy, but observantly. He watched the discipline of it, the ritual almost, the way each of them handled the need in their own fashion. Dorian's approach was bright and social, a warmth to it. Caspian's was controlled to the point of being almost clinical. Lysara's was academic, she genuinely seemed interested in the blood as a subject before it was a resource. Seraphine's was the most interesting. She was the oldest and she had the strongest need and she handled it with a composure so complete that you couldn't see the seams unless you knew exactly where to look. Harry knew where to look. He was 9 the first time he said something about it. They were walking in the wood after dinner, his dinner, not theirs, and the autumn evening was cool and the leaves were burning orange and the wood smelled like earth and something clean, and Seraphine was walking beside him with her hands in her pockets and Harry said, "You went 3 days without feeding this week. The supply from Edinburgh was late." She glanced down at him. "Observant of you. You were sharper in the evenings. Not dangerous. Just, more focused." "Yes." Caspian noticed. "He adjusted training so I was inside by 5. Also yes." Harry walked for a moment. "You don't have to manage around me like that," he said. "I'm not afraid of you when you're hungry." Seraphine stopped walking. "I see what you are," Harry said, and his voice was entirely matter-of-fact because he was 9 and he meant it entirely without caveat. "All of you. I've always seen it. And it's not a problem for me. I just want you to know that." She looked at him for a long moment. The evening light was doing something golden in the wood around them and the leaves were coming down slowly and she thought, not for the first time, that this child was going to be extraordinary in ways she hadn't finished predicting. "Thank you," she said, and meant it. Harry nodded, satisfied, and they walked on, and she let him lead for the last quarter-mile back to the house, watching him find the path in the near dark with the ease of a child who'd been learning to pay attention for 3 years. The letter arrived in the summer of Harry's 9th year. Not the Hogwarts letter, that was still 2 years off. This was something else, a plain envelope, Ministry of Magic seal on the back, addressed in official script to the guardians of Harry James Potter, Privet Drive, Surrey. It had been redirected approximately 14 times, by the look of it, the forwarding charms layered and increasingly frantic, and it arrived finally on a Tuesday morning with a slightly singed corner and the air of something that had been through a great deal to get there. Seraphine opened it at the kitchen table while Harry ate his breakfast. It was from the Department of Magical Records. politely worded. Formal. Concerned, in the bureaucratic sense of that word, with the fact that Harry Potter's registered address appeared to be inactive and that his magical guardian status had not been formally transferred and that several previous attempts at contact had gone unreceived, and was everything quite all right? Harry ate his toast and watched her read it. Wizarding government, he said. He knew enough by now to read the situation, if not the letter. A minor functionary at it. She set it down. They're looking for you. The Ministry of Magic maintains records of all magical children born in Britain. You've been on their list for 9 years and they've never had a current address. What are you going to do? She folded the letter. Nothing yet. They'll send more. They will. She looked at him. We have always known this was coming. The wizarding world would eventually look. The question is when we respond and how. She folded her hands on the table. Tell me what you know about the wizarding world. From everything we've covered. Harry put down his toast and thought. There's a Ministry of Magic, British one, seat in London, underground. They govern magical Britain. There are equivalent bodies in most countries, but they're all functionally separate and mostly suspicious of each other. The ministry has departments for law enforcement, magical creatures, international cooperation, transport. There's a school, Hogwarts, mandatory for magical children in Britain ages 11 to 17. 7 years. Houses, curriculum in basic magic, a very conservative institution by Lysara's description. He paused. Lysara says the curriculum hasn't significantly updated since the 1800s. Lysara's assessment is accurate. There are also old families, pure blood, they call themselves, who've been in power for centuries and are losing ground but not accepting it gracefully. And there's the remnant of the last Dark Lord's faction, the Death Eaters, who nominally disbanded when he fell but haven't actually gone anywhere. He looked at her. And there's Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts. He's the one who left me on the doorstep. Yes. He's going to be a problem. Possibly, Seraphine said. But he's a problem with a timeline. He won't move against us openly, we haven't done anything illegal. You're being cared for. You're clearly healthy and educated. A pause. He'll wait for Hogwarts. Because he thinks Hogwarts is inevitable. He thinks several things are inevitable, she said, and her voice had a quality Harry had learned to read as this conversation is about something she knows that she's deciding when to tell me. He didn't push. He'd learned that too, that some information had its right moment, and pushing before that moment produced incomplete truth rather than the whole thing. He ate the rest of his toast. When you do respond, he said, can I read the letter first? So I know what we're saying. Yes, she said. And can I help write it? She looked at him. Why? Because I want to understand how you think about it, he said. The tone of the reply. What you tell them and what you don't and why. Seraphine was quiet for a moment. Then she picked up the ministry letter and held it out to him. He read it. Set it down. Picked up the pen from the counter where Lysara had left it and thought for a moment. We should be friendly, he said. Not warm but not cold. Official. Give them enough information to close the inquiry without opening a new one. He paused. Don't give them an address. Why? Because an address is a door, he said. We don't give people doors we haven't decided to open yet. She was watching him. And we should probably give them something about his magical development, Harry continued, because that's the thing they're actually worried about, whether a magical child in Muggle care is developing properly. If we tell them development is on track, they'll have less reason to investigate further. That's exactly right, she said. Harry looked at the blank page. Should I write it? Yes, she said. Let's see what you do. He wrote it. It took him 3 drafts, not because the words were hard but because he was learning that the right thing and the right way to say the right thing were two different skills and both needed practice. The final version was polite, informative in the specific areas that would satisfy bureaucratic concern, and completely uninformative in every other area. It mentioned a change of guardianship without specifying to whom. It confirmed magical development proceeding normally. It gave no address. It was signed, at Seraphine's suggestion, by a name she had used before and which appeared in no records that the ministry would find suspicious. Seraphine read the final version and handed it back. "Change one thing," she said. Harry read it again. Found it. Changed the word currently to at present in the second paragraph, which shifted the temporal implication just slightly and removed a small but detectable ambiguity about permanence. "There," she said, when he showed her. "I almost didn't see that. You'll see it faster next time." He sent the letter, and the ministry's further inquiries stopped, and Harry filed the whole exercise in the section of his mind labeled useful knowledge alongside chess and Latin and how to fall without injury. The education wasn't only structured. Some of the best parts happened sideways. Dorian, on a rainy October night when Harry was 8, sitting in the kitchen at midnight because neither of them slept well in autumn, telling him about Florence in 1495 in a voice that made it sound like he'd been genuinely fond of the city and still missed it sometimes. The smell of the Arno. The light on the Duomo in early morning. The way Botticelli had been, in person, nothing at all like you'd expect from the paintings. Lissara, in the library at all hours, reading aloud in whatever language the text was in, Greek, Latin, Old French, once a particularly dramatic passage from an Arabic text on astronomy that she translated as she went, her voice settling into the rhythm of the original even as she rendered it in English, and Harry lying on the rug in the firelight with a book open on his stomach, listening. Caspian, who almost never talked about himself, and who once, when they'd stayed at a property in Scotland over Christmas and the mountains were entirely white and the sky was the particular blue that only happens in very cold weather, stood on the hilltop and pointed out the pass below and said, quietly, that he had come through that pass on horseback in 1314, in November, with the smell of bannockburn still on the wind. Had said it like he was pointing out a fact on a map. Had then looked at Harry as if noticing he'd said it out loud. Had turned and walked back down the hill without another word, and Harry had not mentioned it, because he understood that Caspian's privacy was something you handled with care. And Seraphine. At the kitchen table, at the stone bench, in the car on long drives where Harry sat in the back seat watching the English countryside go by and she talked about what England had looked like before the roads, before the towns, when it was all woodland and field and the magical and non-magical world shared the same geography without formal agreement or formal disagreement. Harry stored all of it. Not performing gratitude, he was genuinely grateful, but he was also practical enough to understand that this was an education that very few people in the world had access to, and squandering it would be a specific kind of stupidity he intended to avoid. He was 9 the first time he asked to be told about the night they found him. Not what had happened before. Seraphine had told him about his parents over several careful conversations, the broad strokes of the war, the death of James and Lily Potter, the fall of Voldemort, the scar. She had told him all of it without making it a tragedy, which Harry appreciated, because he had decided some time ago that being sad about parents he couldn't remember was a thing he could do in theory and chose not to do in practice. What he asked about was specifically the doorstep. Privet Drive. Number 4. Why did he leave me there? Harry asked. They were in the garden. Evening, late summer, the sky doing something dramatic in the west that neither of them was really watching. Dumbledore, Seraphine said, believed that your mother's blood offered protection. That if you lived with her sister, the sacrifice Lily made, her death, specifically, the love in it, would create a magical shield. A piece of very old magic. It would keep you safe from those who had served the Dark Lord. Harry thought about this. Did it work? Yes, I believe it would have worked. Within the bounds of what it was designed for. But it required me to be at Privet Drive. Yes. With the Dursleys. A pause. It was, in theory, quite clever magic. The problem was that it treated you as a variable in an equation. Not as a person. And the Dursleys treated me as an inconvenience. Yes. Harry was quiet. He watched the last of the light go out of the western sky. Do you think Dumbledore knew? That they'd leave me outside? No, Seraphine said, with the confidence of someone who had thought about this carefully. I think he trusted in family. I think he failed to consider that family is something you do, not something you are. Harry nodded. It was a useful distinction. I'm not angry at him, Harry said, which was true. I want to understand what he thinks I am. So that when I meet him I know what he's seeing. He sees the boy who survived. The symbol. The piece on the board that ends the game. And when he sees what I've actually become? Seraphine looked at him, her son, 9 years old, sitting on a stone bench with the composure of someone 3 times his age and the occasional devastating guilelessness of a child who still sometimes came downstairs at 6 in the morning to tell her about a dream. I rather think, she said, that it will be one of the more interesting conversations of his very long life. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Thursday. Harry was 10, the letter had come early, which Lysara said was consistent with a child of unusual magical output, the school's tracking charm picking up the signal from a significant distance and correcting the age calculation. Seraphine held it for a moment before passing it across the breakfast table. Harry opened it. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. He read the supply list. Then the rules. Then the letter again. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, he said. The letter signed by her, not Dumbledore. Routine correspondence is always the deputy's domain, Lysara said. Broom ban for first years. No magic in the corridors. 3 subjects compulsory, for elective. He set the letter down. The reading list is, he paused, because he'd been taught not to be unkind about things that weren't intended to be unkind. Basic, he said. Very basic, Lysara agreed. I'll put together supplementary materials. What's the wand situation? Harry asked, looking at the supply list. 1 standard wand, they don't even specify what that means. What counts as standard? Ollivanders, Seraphine said. The premier wand maker in Britain. There's no getting around him, the school requires a bonded wand and Ollivanders are the best. She paused. We'll need to go to Diagon Alley. Harry looked at the letter. Then at the window. Then back. First time I'll be in the wizarding world, he said. Not with anxiety. Just noting it. Yes. They'll know who I am. They will. He looked at the scar on his hand, the slight mark left from a training session 2 weeks ago that was still fading. Then touched his forehead, the lightning bolt. It'll be different, he said. From here. From how things work here. Very different, Seraphine said. Okay, Harry said. He picked up the supply list again and began reading it more carefully, and his face was doing the operational thing, but underneath it was something else, not excitement, not anxiety, but the bright particular focus of a person who has been preparing for a long time for a thing that is finally about to actually begin. Maman, he said, without looking up from the list. Yes? Can we do a practice run? Of Diagon Alley. Before the official trip. So I know the shape of the place. Seraphine looked at Caspian, who was reading at the far end of the table. He looked up from his book and they conducted one of their wordless conversations, the kind built out of 600 years of proximity. I'll call Mathis, Caspian said. He can arrange access to the leaky cauldron without attracting attention. We'll go on a weekday. Thank you, Harry said, still reading. Dorian was leaning in the kitchen doorway with a piece of toast, watching Harry the way he sometimes did when he thought no one was looking. "You know," he said, "I was alive for the founding of the Medici Bank and I've fought in 3 actual wars and I'm still not as organized as you are." "You're also 300 years behind on your correspondence," Harry said. "Lysara keeps mentioning it. I'm emotionally unavailable for correspondence." "That's not a real thing." "It's very real. I invented it." Harry looked up from the list and grinned, an actual grin, the unguarded one, the one that was still purely a child's grin despite everything. "I'm going to write back to Hogwarts today," he said. "So they know I'm coming." "So Dumbledore knows you're coming," Caspian said. "Yes," Harry said. "That too." He picked up the pen. He thought for a moment. Then he wrote back, accepting, polite, giving nothing except the confirmation that Harry Potter would be attending Hogwarts in the coming September. He signed it with his name. Not Hadrian Voss. Not the Coven name, not the borrowed identity. Harry Potter. He blotted the ink and looked at what he'd written and seemed satisfied. Outside, an owl was sitting on the garden wall, waiting. Chapter 3. The boy they expected. Diagon Alley on a Wednesday morning in late July was busy in the specific way of places that have always been busy and know it. Harry stepped through the leaky cauldron's back entrance behind Seraphine and took it in the way Caspian had taught him, room first, then people, then details. The alley opened up like a secret that had stopped bothering to hide itself. Crooked buildings leaning into each other. Shop fronts painted in colors that hadn't decided what they were yet. Owls in cages stacked outside elops, shifting and muttering. The smell of the place was extraordinary, old wood and something chemical from the apothecary 3 doors down, and underneath it all a current of magic so thick you could almost see it, the way you could sometimes almost see heat. He'd been told about it. Knowing about a thing and standing in it were, he was discovering, different experiences. "Gringotts first," Seraphine said. She was wearing her version of inconspicuous, a dark coat, her hair back, no jewelry except the single ring she always wore. She looked like money and taste, which was the kind of inconspicuous that actually worked in a place like this because the wizarding world had a long relationship with both. Caspian was not with them. This had been a deliberate decision. Caspian's presence read as authority, and authority attracted attention. Lysara was home. Dorian was. "Don't look left," Seraphine said quietly. Harry didn't look left. Filed the instruction, walked at her pace. "Dorian," he said. Attempting to be subtle near the owl post. Dorian can't be subtle. He believes he can, which is somehow worse. A pause. He means well. He's worried. I know. Harry looked at the shop fronts as they passed. A Quidditch supplies shop, brooms in the window, a poster that moved, the players on it looping a seeker's dive in continuous cheerful repetition. A bookshop, small and crammed, books stacked in the window in arrangements that were probably not accidental. A robe shop where a tape measure was operating independently in the window, measuring a mannequin that stood within human patience. He knew about all of these things. Had read about them. Knowing about them and seeing them move were different in a way that ran all the way down. "You're doing it," Seraphine said. "What?" "The face. The one where you're absorbing something and pretending you aren't." "I'm not pretending anything. You're pretending to be less interested than you are. You don't have to do that here." Harry considered this. Then he looked at the Quidditch shop properly, tracking the moving poster. "The broom in the far left of the window," he said. "That's a Nimbus 2000. It came out last year." Lysara found the article in which broomstick. "It holds the speed record for current production brooms. Do you want to look at it?" "On the way back," he said. "Gringotts first." Seraphine smiled. It was small and it was private and she didn't comment on the fact that he'd answered her actual question while maintaining his stated priority. Gringotts was the kind of building that had never needed to try to be impressive because it simply was. Harry walked up the white stone steps between the statue guards and through the bronze doors and into the high-vaulted interior and thought, immediately, that Lysara would want to spend 3 hours in here, because the architecture alone said things about what the goblins thought of themselves and their relationship to the rest of the world that you couldn't have gotten from any amount of reading. The goblin at the nearest desk looked at them with the frank assessment of a species that found human social niceties specifically uninteresting. "Potter Vault," Seraphine said. "We have documentation." The documentation was real. It had taken Mathis 3 months and several favors to arrange the formal transfer of guardianship that gave Seraphine legal access to Harry's trust vault, and Harry had read every page of it because understanding the mechanism was part of understanding the world. The goblin reviewed it without haste, checked something in a ledger, and directed them to a cart with the air of an entity for whom this transaction was neither unusual nor particularly notable. The cart ride was fast and dark and the tunnels went down at angles that suggested the whole of London was significantly more complex below the surface than it appeared above. Harry gripped the side of the cart not because he was frightened but because the physics of it were genuinely interesting. The vault was substantial. He hadn't known what to expect but substantial seemed right. His parents had been, by wizarding standards, wealthy, and it had been sitting untouched for 9 years. Gold coins in quantities that meant nothing to him yet, practically speaking, but which he catalogued for future reference. On the way back up, their goblin, Griphook, he'd introduced himself with the particular emphasis that suggested the name was being offered as a form of calibration, looked at Harry once, directly, and then looked away. "Mr. Potter," he said. Not servile. Not deferential. Just identifying. "Griphook," Harry said. A pause. A slight recalibration in the goblin's expression. "You know goblin custom. I know that names are given in goblin culture as a form of acknowledgement and should be returned in kind." A pause. Lysara's notes on goblin history were thorough. Griphook looked at him for a moment with an expression that Harry would later think of as cautiously interested. Then he returned his attention to navigating the cart upward and said nothing else, but something about the set of his shoulders had changed. Harry filed this as well. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions involved 30 minutes of standing on a step while a measuring tape worked autonomously and a cheerful woman with pins in her sleeve asked twice whether Harry would be at Hogwarts this year, which he confirmed, and once whether he needed dress robes as well, which Seraphine confirmed with the particular ease of someone for whom dress robes were not an unusual category of clothing. The woman was competent and kind and not particularly curious beyond normal shopkeeper interest, which Harry appreciated. He stood on the step and kept his eyes forward and tried to look like a child who was merely being fitted for school robes rather than a child who was filing every detail of the shop for future reference. "Boy your age," Madame Malkin said, threading a needle with wandless ease that she clearly didn't register as anything remarkable, "you'll be going up with Neville Longbottom, I expect. Augusta was in last week. She pinned a hem. Sweet boy. Bit nervous, from what I saw." Harry noted the name. Longbottom. He knew that name, not from the wizarding world specifically but from Seraphine's account of the night everything changed, the second child who had been considered as a candidate by prophecy. The Longbottom boy. Frank and Alice's son. "I haven't met him," Harry said. "Oh, you'll get on," Madame Malkin said, with the easy certainty of someone who has fitted hundreds of children for Hogwarts robes and formed a theory. Shy ones often do, once they find their footing. Harry didn't say that he wasn't particularly shy. He stepped down when directed, paid attention to what Seraphine said to the seamstress about tailoring, and took mental notes on the social texture of the place, the way people spoke to each other here, the register of it, the assumptions underneath the pleasantries. He was going to be in this world in approximately 6 weeks. Understanding its social grammar was not optional. Flourish and blots was where Lysara had specifically requested he pay attention. "Look at what they have," she'd said, the evening before, making a note in her journal. "Not just the Hogwarts list. What's in the window, what's on the display tables, what's behind the counter. The stock of a bookshop tells you what a community thinks is worth reading. Harry stood in the doorway of Flourish and Blots and looked. The front table was school texts and popular titles, the wizarding equivalent of bestsellers. He recognized the names from Lysara's supplementary reading, Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, prominently displayed, a gold-embossed cover that was doing something animated. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, which Lysara had a copy of and had described as foundational but uncritical. Several books on defensive magic, one on the theory of dark curses, a whole section on magical creatures. He went to the dark curses section first, because it was the one that would tell him most. The books there were careful. Descriptive rather than instructional. The most useful text was a theoretical analysis of curse mechanics published in 1978 that Lysara didn't have, and he picked it up without deliberating and added it to the school supply list. Then a text on ancient magical theory that was older than anything in Lysara's collection on the specific subject of magical contracts and oaths. He found the Hogwarts texts easily enough, collected them without excitement. He'd already read most of the content they covered through Lysara's curriculum, and brought his stack to the counter. The young man at the counter looked at Harry's selection. Then looked again, clearly recalibrating what age he'd assigned to this customer. The Flintwick text on curse theory, he said, picking it up. That's a 7th-year supplementary. I know, Harry said. You're going into first year? Yes. The young man looked at Harry's forehead, and then looked quickly away, and Harry understood that the scar had registered and understood also the particular quality of this specific social moment, the recognition, the recalibration, the attempt to behave normally while doing it. He had been warned this would happen. It was more interesting than he'd expected, watching someone navigate it in real time. That'll be, the young man added up the stack with a wand tap. 7 galleons, 4 sickles. Harry paid. Good luck at Hogwarts, the young man said, with genuine sincerity and slightly too much of it. Thank you, Harry said, and left. Ollivander's was last. The shop was narrow and silent and the smell of it was extraordinary, sawdust and varnish and something ancient underneath, the specific fragrance of wood that had absorbed magic over centuries. The boxes stacked to the ceiling seemed to breathe in some low register that wasn't sound exactly but that Harry's senses caught at the edge of awareness the way the scar sometimes caught at frequencies just outside normal range. An old man materialized from the shadows at the back of the shop as if he'd always been there and the shadows had simply chosen to reveal him. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said. Not surprised. Not performing surprise. Just acknowledging. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said. Ollivander's pale eyes moved to Seraphine. Something passed through them, recognition, or something close to it. He said nothing to her directly. He looked back at Harry with the expression of a man who was looking at two things at once, both the child in front of him and the intersection of magical forces the child represented. The wand chooses the wizard, he said. I wonder if you know what that means. The bond is energetic, Harry said. The wand is a conduit for magical output, but the conduit works best when the core material resonates with the specific frequency of the wielder's magic. The choice isn't aesthetic. It's calibration. Ollivander's eyes did something subtle. Who taught you that? Lysara Voss. She has a theory about wandless magic and wand magic being the same process at different scales. An interesting theory. Ollivander moved to the shelves. I'd be curious about her reasoning. But later. Hold out your wand hand. Harry held out his right hand. Ollivander produced a tape measure that began measuring with unasked-for enthusiasm, wrist, fingers, the distance between knuckles. Harry held still and watched Ollivander move among the shelves with the ease of a man who knew his stock the way a musician knows his instrument. The first 3 wands did nothing of particular note, a reaction, but a weak one, nothing that settled. Harry held each one and felt the magic move through it and felt also the faint sense of not quite, like a word in a language you almost know. The 4th wand was holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He held it, and it was like the candles at 5, not effort, just recognition. The magic moved through it the way breathing moved through a body, natural, already known, the calibration Ollivander had described without any gap between the idea and the thing. The lamp in the window flared. The boxes on the nearest shelf shifted. A small warm wind went through the shop that had no source. Holly and phoenix feather, Ollivander said, very quietly. 11 inches. Pliable. He looked at Harry with an expression that was complex in ways Harry didn't yet have full vocabulary for. The phoenix who gave this feather gave only one other. His brother gave a feather to the wand that gave you that scar. Harry looked at the wand. You're telling me they're connected. I am. So when I face whatever's left of him, when you face whatever comes, Ollivander said, with the precision of a man who has been giving prophecies sideways for decades and knows the cost of overstating them, you will do it with a wand that knows what that confrontation means. On both sides. Harry turned the wand over once. Then he lowered it and looked at Ollivander with his operational face, which meant he was not showing how significant this felt. Thank you, he said. For telling me. I tell everyone what they need to know, Ollivander said. Most of them don't ask the right questions. They left with the wand in its box in Harry's jacket pocket, and the weight of it was different from what Harry had expected, not heavy, exactly, but present, in the way that a new thing you intend to use becomes present. Dorian was waiting outside, leaning against the alley wall with the studied casualness of a man who had been standing there for 20 minutes pretending he hadn't been following them. Well, he said. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather. Dorian's expression cycled through several things. Brother wand, he said, because Seraphine had told them all the basics. Yes. Of course it is. He fell into step beside Harry, his hands in his pockets. How are you? Harry considered the question. Ready, he said, which was the truest thing. We have time for the Quidditch shop, Seraphine said from his other side. Harry looked at her. She was looking straight ahead with an expression of perfect neutrality. He smiled. Okay, he said. They went back to the Quidditch shop and Harry stood in front of the Nimbus 2000 for approximately 4 minutes and didn't say anything because there was nothing to say, it was simply a beautiful piece of magical engineering and beauty didn't require commentary. Dorian bought it without being asked, and Harry argued with him about it for the length of the walk back to the leaky cauldron, and Dorian said, I'm 200 years old, I'll buy whatever I want, and Harry said, that's not a justification, and Dorian said, it's my favorite justification, and Seraphine said nothing because she had in fact told Dorian before they left to buy the broom if Harry looked at it for more than 30 seconds. 6 weeks later, on a grey September morning, Harry walked onto platform 9 3/4 with a trunk full of books that exceeded the school list by approximately 3 to 1. He stood just inside the barrier and looked at the platform the way Caspian had taught him, room first, then people, then details. The Hogwarts Express was a magnificent piece of engineering, scarlet and gold, steam already building. Families in clusters up and down the platform, the noise of it layered, calls, owls, trolleys, somewhere a cat that had objections. He could see a family with red hair at the far end, numerous and loud and bright in the grey morning. Nearer, a boy standing with an older woman who had the upright bearing of someone who had been told, since childhood, that posture was a matter of principle. Longbottom, he thought, matching the description to the boy, round-faced, nervous-looking, clutching a toad. And a girl with very bushy brown hair and new robes that hadn't been broken in yet, standing with 2 adults who were clearly Muggle, looking at the platform with the enormous focused attention of a person who has read everything available on a subject and is now calibrating the reading against the reality. Harry studied her for a moment. She was making notes. Mentally, he thought, he recognized the expression. Seraphine was beside him. Caspian. Dorian and Lysara had stayed behind, Lysara because the platform scene was, in her words, designed to maximize separation anxiety and she preferred a clean goodbye. Dorian because he'd said he wasn't sentimental and then had nearly rearranged Harry's trunk contents for the third time that morning, and Seraphine had very firmly told him to stay. "The train leaves in 10 minutes, Caspian said. "I know." Harry looked at the train. Then at the platform. Then at Seraphine. He was not going to be sentimental about this. He had decided. He had a plan for the year, which he'd written out and Caspian had reviewed, and the plan was good, and being sentimental would make the next 10 minutes harder without making anything else better. Seraphine looked at him with the expression she had that meant she was looking at both who he was now and who he was going to be, which he found simultaneously grounding and slightly unnerving. "Right," she said. "Every week." "I know. Every week." "Not when you have news." "Every week." "Yes. If something feels wrong, I trust my instincts," Harry said. "You made sure of that?" She held his face in both hands the way she sometimes did, briefly, the gesture that had replaced the first time she'd handed him toast at 2 in the morning and he'd decided this was home. Then she let him go. "Don't frighten anyone on purpose," Caspian said. "I don't frighten people on purpose." "You frighten people without trying. The on-purpose part is important." A pause. "Also, your charms professor. McGonagall's reports suggest he's been somewhat erratic this year. Pay attention." Harry noted this. Erratic charms professor. Caspian didn't use the word erratic lightly. "Quirrell," he said, remembering the staff list Lysara had assembled from her contacts. "Quirrell," Caspian confirmed. Harry nodded, filed it, picked up his trunk. He walked toward the train, and he did not look back, not because he wasn't going to miss them but because he knew precisely where they were and precisely when he'd hear from them again, and the geometry of it was entirely secure. The Coven was not something he could lose by walking away from a platform. He found an empty compartment, loaded his trunk, sat down, and looked out the window. Caspian gave him a single nod from the platform. Seraphine raised one hand. The train began to move. 20 minutes out of London, the compartment door opened. The girl with the bushy hair looked in, looked at Harry, looked at the empty compartment, and said, "Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full or has people in it." "Sit down," Harry said. She sat down across from him, organized her bag with the practiced efficiency of someone who had developed strong opinions about bag organization, and looked at him. He could tell she was doing the same thing he'd been doing, assessing, filing, building a picture. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Harry Potter." Her eyes went to the scar, briefly, and she did what very few people had done in Diagon Alley. She moved on from it immediately, apparently having catalogued it and decided it was not the most interesting thing about him. "You had 7 non-curriculum books in your trunk. I counted while you loaded." "I have 4. Harry looked at her. "You counted." "I count things. I can't really help it." She didn't seem bothered by this. "What's the curse theory text?" "I saw the spine." Flintwick's 1978 analysis of dark curse mechanics. "It's theoretical, not instructional." "I know what it is. I tried to get it in flourish and blots and the man told me it was too advanced." She said it in the specific tone of someone who had been told this many times and remained consistently unimpressed. "What made you interested in it?" "Understanding the structure of what I might encounter is better than being surprised by it," Harry said. She looked at him for a moment. "That's a very practical answer. Is there another kind? Most people say they just like reading." She pulled her own bag open and retrieved a copy of Hogwarts, a history. "I've read this 3 times. The section on the wards is fascinating but incomplete. It describes the effect without the underlying mechanism." "Do you have anything on ward theory?" Harry opened his trunk, found the relevant text, handed it over. She looked at the cover. Then at him. Then back at the cover. "You just had this. Lysara said it paired well with Hogwarts," a history specifically. Who's Lysara? He paused, calculating what to say. My family's scholar. She manages our library. Hermione processed this with the expression of someone who had just been told something that didn't quite fit any category she had and was therefore interesting. Your family has a scholar. Yes. And a library large enough to need managing. 3 rooms. She looked at him for another moment. Then she opened the ward theory text and began reading, and Harry looked out the window at England going past, and the compartment was quiet in the way of people who have found each other's company efficient, which was, he thought, already better than average. The door opened again 40 minutes later. Blonde boy. 2 larger boys behind him, the kind of large that was about function rather than exercise. The blonde boy had a quality Harry recognized immediately, the ease of someone who expected the room to organize itself around his presence, the faint permanent surprise underneath when it didn't. They're saying Harry Potter's on the train, the blonde boy said to the compartment at large, which was a way of saying it to Harry specifically while maintaining the option of not having been direct about it. Are they? Harry said. The blonde boy looked at him. Then at the scar. Then at Harry with the full force of his consideration. Draco Malfoy, he said. The name was offered the way Griphook had offered his, as calibration, but in this case as an expectation of recognition rather than a return of courtesy. Harry Potter. Harry waited a beat. I take it you already knew that. Something moved in Malfoy's expression. A slight recalibration. He'd expected either deference or hostility, Harry understood, and had gotten neither, which put him briefly off his prepared material. Our families have some history, Malfoy said, recovering. Most families do in a world this old. My father, Malfoy began. I'm sure he's an interesting man, Harry said pleasantly. I look forward to forming my own opinion. Another pause. Malfoy's eyes went to Hermione, registered her as Muggle-born by some signal Harry suspected was the new robes and the Muggle parents he'd clocked earlier, and started to say something. She's with me, Harry said. Malfoy looked at Hermione. Then at Harry. Then back, and something in Harry's voice had apparently communicated that this was not an invitation to continue whatever he'd been planning to say, because he closed his mouth and repositioned his approach. You'll want to know the right people at Hogwarts, Malfoy said. I can help with that. I appreciate the offer, Harry said. I'll let you know. Which was not a yes and not a no, and Malfoy had been raised in circles where you understood the difference, and he looked at Harry for one more calibrating moment before taking his entourage out of the doorway. Hermione watched him go. That was interestingly handled, she said. He's not a problem, Harry said. He's a variable. Is there a difference? Problems require solutions. Variables require observation. He looked out the window. He's responding to how he was raised, which is not entirely his fault. And he's smarter than he wants to appear to those boys behind him. Hermione considered this. You got all that from 2 minutes. The intelligence part took 30 seconds. The rest was context. She looked at him for a moment with an expression that was, he thought, several things at once, impressed, intrigued, and slightly uncertain in a way that had nothing to do with discomfort and everything to do with recalibrating expectations. Are you going to be strange about it? She asked. About what? About being Harry Potter. The famous one. He thought about this genuinely. No, he said. I don't find it particularly interesting. She nodded, apparently satisfied, and went back to the ward theory text. The sorting was exactly what he'd expected and entirely different from what he'd prepared for. He'd read about it. Lysara had given him Bathilda Bagshot's account of the Sorting Hat's original creation, the theory behind the houses, the legacy, and he'd thought he understood the social weight of the thing. What he hadn't accounted for was the hall itself. 1,000 candles. The ceiling showing a night sky, not painted but enchanted to the actual sky outside, overcast, he noted, a crescent moon just visible through moving cloud. Long tables in 4 rows, hundreds of faces turned toward the first years coming in. The sound of it was immense and low, all that human magic in one place creating a frequency that ran beneath the noise of voices and moving chairs. He walked in and looked at the hall and felt, for the first time in a while, genuinely small. Not afraid. Just small, which was something else, something almost useful. Longbottom was just ahead of him in the line, visibly nervous in a way that was genuinely sympathetic. Harry was directly behind him. Hermione was ahead of Longbottom, walking with the particular posture of someone who has prepared thoroughly and is trusting the preparation. The hat sorted Hermione into Gryffindor. The hat barely paused, Harry noted. Clear placement. Longbottom took longer. The hat sat on his head for nearly 2 minutes, and Harry watched Longbottom's face cycle through anxiety and something that looked like a quiet argument. Then, Gryffindor. And Longbottom's relief was so complete it was almost funny. Potter, Harry. The hall shifted. Not loudly. A kind of collective reorientation, 1,000 people turning their attention to a single point. Harry walked to the stool without haste and sat down, and the hat dropped over his eyes and the world went to darkness and old felt. The voice was immediate, inside his head, dry and ancient and quite comfortable with itself. Well. You're not what I expected. He didn't say anything. Most of them think at me immediately. You're waiting to hear what I have to say first. It seems polite, Harry thought back. A pause, the hat doing whatever it did, examining, sorting through, laying things against each other. Significant intelligence. That's not unusual, this time of year I see a great deal of intelligence. But the architecture of yours is, another pause. You've been taught by people who've had centuries to learn how to think. That leaves marks. A longer pause, deeper. Considerable power. Considerable discipline. The discipline is interesting, most children don't come in with this much self-regulation already in place. Then, and underneath all of it, something that's been waiting for this room for a long time. Not for the room specifically, Harry thought. No? For what comes after the room. The hat was quiet for a moment. Harry could feel the great hall around him, the particular quality of 1,000 people holding their breath. You could go in Slytherin, the hat said, not as a threat, just as information. The ambition is there. The strategic mind. The comfort with complexity. I know. You could go in Ravenclaw. The academic drive is extraordinary. I know that too. But you're going to tell me Gryffindor. Are you asking or telling? Both, the hat said, with something that might have been amusement. There's a reckless streak under all that control. You know that? A thing that doesn't care much for caution when caution conflicts with something it's decided to do. A pause. It's well managed. But it's there. I've been told, Harry thought. Also, the hat continued, there's a boy in that house who's going to need someone paying attention. You already know who I mean. Harry thought of Longbottom's face when the hat had said Gryffindor. The relief. The 2-minute deliberation. Yes, the hat said, reading the thought. You've worked it out. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. The noise of it was immediate and warm, and Harry walked to the table and sat down next to Hermione, who had clearly been watching his expression from the moment the hat went on his head. 2.5 minutes, she said. The hat talks, he said. I let it. She looked at him. What did it say? That I'm not what it expected. He looked at the staff table. Found McGonagall, crisp and watchful. Found Dumbledore at the center, which he'd known, and looked at him fully for the first time, old, white-bearded, half-moon glasses, the particular kind of warm that was also the particular kind of calculating. Dumbledore was looking back. Had been looking, probably, since Harry walked through the door. Their eyes met across the great hall. Dumbledore's expression was complex in ways that confirmed everything Seraphine had told him, the recognition, the relief, the recalibration, and underneath all of it a kind of settled certainty that said here you are, piece on the board, finally in place. Harry held the gaze for 3 seconds. Then he looked away, calmly, the way Caspian had taught him, not dominance, not dismissal, just the simple statement that I see you seeing me and I have noted it and moved on. He found the staff table again. Quirrell, at the end. Defense against the dark arts, by the pointed hat and the faint purple turban that was doing exactly the thing Dorian's notes had said it would do, covering something. The smell of the man reached Harry even at this distance, working with the particular sensitivity that 8 years in the Coven had sharpened to something well beyond normal 11-year-old range. It was layered, Quirrell's smell. There was the surface of him, nervous sweat, garlic, chalk from the classroom. Then deeper, the particular flat metallic note that Lysara's texts had identified as the residual scent of strong magical interference. And underneath that, like a held breath, like a pulse behind a pulse, something old. Something dark in the specific sense that Lysara had defined dark magic, disregarding natural limits. Something that did not belong in a living body. Harry looked at Quirrell for a long moment. Then he looked at Hermione and said, "The defense professor. What do you know about him?" She blinked at the transition. "Quirrell? He's supposedly returned from a year abroad. There are rumors he's not quite the same as he was." "Why?" "Just noting things," Harry said. "You do that a lot. Caspian says it's a survival skill." "Who's Caspian?" "Family," Harry said, which was the simplest true thing. Hermione looked at him for a moment and then looked at Quirrell and then back. "He does smell odd," she said, quietly, and Harry looked at her with something that was not quite surprise but was close to it. "You noticed?" "I notice things," she said, in the same tone she'd said she counted things, matter of fact, unembarrassed. "He smells like something underneath the garlic. I can't identify it but it's wrong in some way." Harry looked at her with the expression he got, Seraphine had told him once, when something exceeded what he'd been prepared for. "Hermione," he said. "I think we're going to be friends." She appeared to consider this as the serious proposal it was. "I think so too," she said. The common room was warm and full and not quiet after the feast. Harry sat in the corner near the window that looked out onto the grounds and watched his new housemates navigate first-night energy, the excited ones bouncing off each other, the nervous ones finding corners. Ron Weasley, he'd worked out the name by the end of the train journey, the large red-haired family at the platform and the boy who'd put his head into the compartment before Malfoy and been friendly in the uncomplicated way of someone who didn't see any reason not to be, holding court near the fireplace with a story about the feast that was already improving in the telling. Longbottom was sitting in a chair near the stairs, Toad in his lap, looking slightly less anxious than he had on the platform. Harry had said 6 words to him at the table, Toad's name, and Trevor is excellent and your grand sounds sharp, and watched Longbottom's shoulders come down about an inch, which seemed like a reasonable first-night contribution. A shadow fell across his corner. Percy Weasley, 5th-year prefect, with the air of someone who took his responsibilities seriously and perhaps slightly more seriously than required. "You're Harry Potter," he said, and then immediately seemed to realize this was not the best opening. "I mean, I'm Percy Weasley, prefect. If you need anything, thank you," Harry said, and meant it without any of the irony that would have been easy. "I have one question." "Of course." "The 3rd-floor corridor," Harry said. "The rule about it, is that standing or new this year?" Percy's expression went through several things. "New this year," he said carefully. "Students are not to go there. It's prohibited." "Has anyone explained why?" "Not to students, no." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Percy." Percy seemed faintly unsure what to do with being thanked without further questioning, and retreated. Harry looked out the window at the dark grounds. The forbidden forest at the edge of visibility, massive and absolutely present. Hagrid's hut, a light in the window. The sky was clearing, stars coming out over the castle's towers. The third-floor corridor was prohibited. New this year. Which meant whatever was in it had arrived this year, which meant it was connected to the current staff rather than the institution itself, which meant Dumbledore had arranged it, which meant it was something significant enough to keep at Hogwarts rather than somewhere more secure. His scar pulsed once, brief and low, the seashell sound Lysara had been reading since he was 5. Harry looked at the window and thought about the smell of Quirrell and the space between things he knew and things he was going to need to find out, and he thought about what Dorian had said when they'd gone over the plan before September 1st. The thing about plans is that the world will do something you didn't plan for in the first 48 hours and then you improvise. He thought about the brother wand in its box in his trunk upstairs. He thought about Seraphine, who was in Wiltshire right now, in the house with the stone bench and the oak tree, and who would receive his letter on Sunday and who would read it with the complete attention she brought to everything that mattered to her. He picked up the notebook he'd kept in his pocket all day, small, slim, the kind Caspian used, and wrote 3 words at the top of the first page. Quirrell. 3rd floor. He looked at it. Added 2 more. Start watching. Chapter 4, The Smell of Dark Magic. The thing about Hogwarts was that it had a rhythm. Harry figured it out in the first 2 weeks, not by being told, but by watching the way the castle moved. The staircases shifted on a schedule that was almost but not quite predictable, like a heartbeat with an occasional arrhythmia. The portraits gossiped in a network that covered more ground than the staff realized. The ghosts had territories and politics and a long memory for slights. The older students navigated all of it on autopilot, which meant they'd stopped seeing it, which meant the castle had become invisible to them in the specific way that familiar things become invisible. Harry didn't let things become invisible. He mapped the castle the way Caspian had taught him to map any space, not by drawing it, but by walking it until the layout was in his body, until he knew which corridor smelled like damp stone because it backed onto the lake, which staircase swayed slightly at the top because the foundation beneath it was older than the rest, which classroom doors hung fractionally ajar on Thursday afternoons because a specific sequence of foot traffic over centuries had warped the frames. He did it in the evenings mostly, between dinner and curfew, sometimes with Hermione who had independently decided that knowing the castle thoroughly was a prerequisite for functioning in it, sometimes alone. "You don't get lost," Ron said to him at breakfast on the 3rd day, with the slightly baffled admiration of someone whose own navigation strategy was primarily asking portraits for directions. "I pay attention when I walk," Harry said. "Everywhere?" "Especially here." Ron looked at him with the frank curiosity that Harry had already decided was one of his best qualities. Ron didn't dress things up or perform disinterest. He was simply and directly interested in things. "Hermione does the same thing," Ron said. "She has a notebook." "I know," Harry said. "You both have notebooks." "Ron," Harry said, "do you want to come on the walk tonight? I'm doing the east wing above the 4th floor." Ron thought about it for approximately 2 seconds. "Yeah, all right," he said, and that was essentially how Ron Weasley became part of Harry's inventory of Hogwarts, not through any deliberate calculation, but because Ron was uncomplicated and genuine and Harry had learned early to value both. Quirrell's classes were the most interesting thing at Hogwarts. Not because they were good. They were, objectively, quite poor, stuttering delivery, disorganized content, a curriculum that seemed to have been assembled by someone who wasn't entirely present for the process. Textbook defense theory delivered without confidence, practical demonstrations that were technically correct and emotionally hollow. But Harry sat in the front row of defense against the dark arts and paid complete attention to Quirrell in the way you paid attention to something that wasn't what it appeared to be. The turban was always there. Purple, slightly large, worn with a self-consciousness that Quirrell tried to mask as affectation. It wasn't doing what a normal turban did, worn for warmth or tradition or religion. It was doing something specific, sitting in a specific way on the back of his head, and when Harry sat in the front row he could watch the slight asymmetry in how Quirrell always angled himself away from direct interaction, always turned, never fully faced a student or a question or a board. "He never turns his back to us," Hermione said quietly after the first lesson, walking the corridor. "Did you notice when? Exactly when he won't turn?" She thought. "When we're asking about dark magic. When the subject requires him to face the board and demonstrate. And the turban shifts," Harry said. "When he's agitated. There's a movement at the back of it." Hermione went quiet for 3 steps. Like something underneath it," Harry said. "Yes." She looked at him sideways. "What do you think it is?" "I think," Harry said carefully, "that Quirrell came back from his year abroad with a passenger." Hermione processed this. He could see her sorting through magical theory, filing, arriving at the same intersection he'd reached on the first night. "Something attached to him," she said. "Yes." "The smell," she said. "The wrong thing underneath." "It's getting stronger," Harry said. "I noticed it first at the feast and I've been tracking it. Not by much. But it's not static." Hermione stopped walking and looked at him. "Harry. If someone or something is possessing a teacher at Hogwarts, then I need to know what it is before I decide what to do about it," he said. "Not before." She stared at him. "Most people would go straight to Dumbledore." "Dumbledore already knows," Harry said, and watched her work through that. "He's the one who hired Quirrell. He's the one who created the prohibited corridor. He knows there's something dangerous in this castle and he's created the conditions for it to be found." He paused. "What does that tell you?" She was quiet for a long moment. "It's a trap," she said. "Or a test. Or both." "Something like both," Harry agreed. "Which means going to Dumbledore achieves what Dumbledore has already planned for. He'll manage it in whatever direction he's already planned to manage it." "So we watch," she said. "We watch," he confirmed. "We learn what's actually going on. And then we decide." Hermione looked at him for a moment with the expression she got when she was recalibrating him, not for the first time, not with discomfort, but with the particular attention of someone who has a category for unusual people and is constantly updating it. "Fine," she said. "But I'm keeping a record. I'd expect nothing less." He wrote to Seraphine on the Sunday. Always on the Sunday, because she'd said every week and he interpreted that as every 7 days from the first letter, which fell on Sunday, which he would maintain unless logistics required otherwise. The letters were coded, lightly. Not encryption, nothing that would look suspicious if intercepted, but layered in the way Caspian had taught him to layer things, the surface of the letter saying school is fine, classes are manageable, Hermione is sharp and Ron is a good navigator, and underneath that a second reading available to anyone who knew to look, which in this context meant 4 people in Wiltshire. The Quirrell information went into the second reading. The 3rd floor corridor. The smell he'd tracked across 3 weeks. The observations about Dumbledore. Seraphine's reply came Tuesday morning. She'd been watching the Ollery route and timing it. The bird arrived at 6:42, which was 11 minutes after dawn, which meant the letter had been sent the previous evening, which meant she'd read Sunday's letter and thought about it overnight before responding. He liked this about her. She never answered immediately. The reply was always considered. "The smell you describe, the darkness beneath, the pulse behind the pulse, is consistent with magical parasitism at the severe end. Not conventional possession. Something that has been fractured." A pause in the pen pressure here, he thought, reading the ink. "Talk to no one at the school about what you suspect. Not even a professor you trust. This is not because they can't be trusted. It's because their response will follow channels that are not yours to predict or control. Yours, Maman." P.S. In her actual handwriting rather than the careful script, Caspian says you haven't lost a chess game this month, which Dorian is taking personally. "Write to him," he won't ask. Harry folded the letter. Looked at his breakfast. Thought about fractured. Something that had been fractured. Not dead. Not defeated in the conventional sense. Broken into pieces. Lysara had said, sitting across from him at the library table with the runes text and the scar examination and 4 years of study behind her, the magic in your scar reads like there are 2 signatures in it. Something of whatever tried to kill you. He ate his toast. Thought about Horcruxes, which was a word Lysara had encountered in a heavily restricted text and mentioned once, carefully, as a theoretical possibility that she was still researching. Thought about what it would mean if the thing in Quirrell's turban was not just a remnant, if it was a deliberate anchor, a tethered soul fragment, if the Dark Lord hadn't died so much as been distributed. The scar pulsed once. He put down his toast and looked out the window at the morning grounds and thought, "You're in here too, aren't you?" No answer, obviously. But the knowledge sat in him differently after that morning, heavier and more precise, like a diagnosis you'd already suspected. Quidditch trials were in the 2nd week of October. Harry had not planned to try out. Not because he couldn't fly, Dorian had taught him on the school's practice brooms 2 summers ago, and he was considerably better than he'd let anyone see in first-year flying lessons, which had been managed with the specific purpose of not demonstrating things he didn't want catalogued yet. But Quidditch was a public stage and public stages attracted attention. Then what had come to him directly, because apparently Flitwick had mentioned the incident with Neville's Remembrall in first-year flying practice, the one where Harry had caught it before Malfoy's deliberate fumble had let it break. He hadn't been showing off, exactly, he'd just reacted, the catching instinct faster than the discretion instinct, and Wood had looked at him across the common room with the specific fervor of a person who has found exactly the piece they need and is making no attempt to conceal the fervor. "Seeker," Wood said. "You'd be the youngest in a century." "I know," Harry said. "The Nimbus 2000, I have one," Harry said. Wood stopped. "You have one?" "Yes." "Where did you?" Wood pulled himself back to the point. "Will you try out?" Harry had thought about it for exactly 4 seconds. Quidditch practice twice a week in the air above the grounds. A perspective on the castle from above that no amount of corridor walking provided. A legitimate reason to be out of the common room on a schedule that nobody would question. "Yes," he said. He made the team without any particular drama, which he managed by flying well rather than extraordinarily, a distinction that Caspian would have approved of. Wood was satisfied, which was what mattered. The team was, functional, mostly, better than their record suggested because their record was partly the result of strategic forfeit in previous years when the weather had been unfavorable, which was an interesting piece of data about how Wood thought. The first practice was at dawn on a Saturday, the grounds frosted, the air sharp enough to taste. Harry mounted the Nimbus, kicked off, and went up. The castle from above was exactly what he'd expected and nothing he'd been prepared for. The whole of it laid out, towers and courtyards and the dark ribbon of the forest at the edge and the lake reflecting the pale morning sky like a second surface of the world. He could see the third-floor corridor from here, the windows of it, the particular quality of the stone that was different from the floors above and below. He could also, from this angle, see a dog. 3-headed. Sitting in what appeared to be a sealed room visible through a cracked window on the 3rd floor, and even at this distance the scale of it was extraordinary, a head the size of a cart horse, 3 sets of eyes tracking the window with the bright interested attention of something that has been trained to guard rather than patrol. Fluffy, the students called it, which Harry found optimistic. "Potter!" Wood shouted from below. "Stop sightseeing." Harry went back to practice, but he spent the next 20 minutes in seeker patterns above the 3rd floor and filed 3 new observations before Wood called time. November arrived with cold that the castle's charms didn't entirely keep out of the corridors, and with it the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and with it, approximately 15 minutes in, a broomstick that started trying to throw him off. He noticed it the way he noticed most things, as a deviation from the established pattern. The Nimbus handled identically every practice, every session. He knew its responses the way he knew his own hands. And then, climbing for altitude in the third quarter of the match, the broom kicked sideways with a violence that had nothing to do with wind or his own movement. He gripped tighter and stayed on, which required more effort than it should have, the broom shuddering and yawing in a way that the crowd below apparently found spectacular in the terrifying sense. He could hear the reaction from up here, the collective pitch change of a crowd watching something go wrong. Harry held on. Thought, rapidly, while also managing the physical problem of a broom that wanted him at ground level. Not mechanical failure. The nimbus was maintained by Dorian, who treated it like it was personal, and mechanical failure didn't produce this specific lateral violence. Not weather. No crosswind. This was directed, not environmental. Someone was doing this. From the stands. He scanned below. The stands, the bank of faces, the staff section, there. Quirrell, his lips barely moving, his eyes fixed upward. And adjacent to Quirrell, not looking at Harry at all, looking at Quirrell with the contained fury of someone who has identified a problem and is addressing it, Hermione, pushing through the row. He watched her get to Quirrell. Watched her do something deliberate with her wand. He couldn't see the spell from here, but a moment later Quirrell lurched, and the broom steadied between 1 second and the next, and Harry pulled into a vertical climb while the feeling came back to his hands properly. Then he saw the snitch, gold and fast, drifting above the Slytherin goal posts. He went after it. Caught it in approximately 40 seconds, which was the fastest first-year catch in the match record, and the crowd noise was enormous and he barely heard it because he was landing and looking for Hermione. She found him in the chaos of post-match Gryffindor celebration, appearing at his elbow with a slight scorch mark on her robe sleeve and an expression that was somewhere between satisfied and shaken. "You set fire to Snape," Ron said, arriving on her other side with his voice doing something reverent. "I set fire to Quirrell," she said precisely, and then lowered her voice to below the celebration noise. Snape was trying to counter it. I interrupted Quirrell's eye contact. The fire was an accident. Harry looked at her. "You saw it from the stands." "I was watching him since the match started," she said. "Like we agreed." "I didn't ask you to, I know. I decided to anyway." She looked at him steadily. It was definitely Quirrell. Not Snape. I was close enough to see his lips and I recognized the incantation structure. "Did anyone else see?" "No. Everyone was watching you." She paused. "Harry. He tried to kill you." "He tried to remove me from the board," Harry said. "Which is different." "How is that different?" "Because if he wanted me dead he had more efficient options." This was a message or a test. He looked at the scar on his hand, the training scar that had faded, and thought about the pulse behind the pulse that he'd been tracking for 2 months. He knows who I am. Whatever's in him, it knows. He looked at Hermione. "Are you all right?" "The scorch mark." She looked at her sleeve with apparent surprise, as if she'd forgotten about it. "Fine. It's nothing." A pause. "You're going to write to your family tonight, aren't you?" "Yes." "Tell them what?" "Tell them it escalated," he said. "And ask Lysara what she knows about soul fragmentation." Hermione stared at him. "Soul fragmentation. I've been working through a theory," he said. "Of course you have," she said, not unkindly. She looked at the scorch mark again. Then at him. "Soul fragmentation. Right. I'll look it up in the library." "There won't be anything useful in the school library." "There might be at the restricted section." "The restricted section requires a teacher's note." "I'll get a teacher's note," she said, with a certainty that came from being the kind of student who had 3 different teachers already prepared to write notes for her on request. Ron was looking back and forth between them. "I understood about half of that," he said, "but the half I understood sounds like we should be more worried than we are." "We're appropriately worried," Harry said. We're just not panicking, which is different. Right, Ron said. Okay. Are we celebrating winning the match first or, we can do both, Harry said, and Ron's expression cleared completely. The trap door was in December. He'd known it was there since October, the Cerberus above it, the progressive enchantments, the clear design of a layered protection sequence. Caspian had talked about layered defenses once in the context of vault security, and the principle was the same: you don't layer unless you're protecting something specific, and the specificity of the protection tells you something about the thing being protected. He'd also, through the systematic process of elimination and library work that Hermione was criminally good at, worked out approximately what it was. The stone. Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy. He'd found Flamel in a footnote in a 1940s text on extended life research, and the rest had assembled itself with the satisfying speed of a theory with good foundations. The Philosopher's Stone was real, it was here, it was being kept from Voldemort, who was not dead, who was in this building, who had spent a month teaching Harry defense against the dark arts from the back of a man's skull. He wrote to Seraphine on the Sunday with the full picture. The reply came in 4 hours, which was the fastest a letter had ever arrived, which told him she'd been waiting. Lysara confirms the fragment theory. The terminology is Horcrux, an object or vessel containing a deliberately fractured piece of a soul. The creation requires an act of murder. The magic is considered among the darkest that exists because it violates the fundamental principle of magical continuity. It's not dark magic used without limits, it's magic used to unmake a limit that exists for the integrity of the soul itself. A pause in the pen. If Voldemort created Horcruxes, plural, then the fragment in Quirrell is not the whole of what remains. Destroying this piece will not end him. Another pause, longer. Do not engage. Do not confront. Let Dumbledore's trap do what Dumbledore designed it to do. Be watching but not inside it. Your role is observer, not actor, not yet. Caspian agrees. Dorian disagrees, but he's wrong. Come home for Christmas. Maman. Harry read it twice. Folded it. Put it in the inside pocket of his robes. Let Dumbledore's trap run. Be the observer. He could do that. The weeks between the Quidditch match and Christmas had a quality of suspended tension, the castle going about its ordinary business while Harry moved through it with the awareness of what was sitting in the third-floor corridor and the awareness of what was teaching him defense on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the management of carrying both those pieces of knowledge in a school of 1,000 people who mostly didn't know. Ron knew the broad outline. He'd been told enough to understand why Harry watched Quirrell in class, why he never asked Quirrell questions, why he maintained a specific neutral pleasantness toward the man that was designed to register as ordinary 11-year-old student behavior. Does it not bother you? Ron asked one evening in the common room, low enough that the fire covered the sound. Sitting in his class knowing what you know? It bothers me, Harry said. I just don't find it useful to show it. Ron thought about this. My brothers would have done something by now. Fred and George, I mean. They'd have pranked him off the grounds or something. Your brothers are brave, Harry said. That's different from strategic. Ron looked at his chessboard. They played most evenings now, and Harry won roughly 2/3 of the time, which Ron found motivating rather than discouraging in a way Harry appreciated. Hermione thinks Snape is trying to get through the trap door, Ron said. Snape is investigating the situation, Harry said. He's not trying to steal it. He's trying to understand what Dumbledore has set up and whether it's secure. How do you know? Because he's spending his time investigating the protections, not testing them. There's a difference between a man looking for a weakness and a man auditing a defense. Ron moved a knight. You know things, he said, with the slightly helpless accuracy of someone who has tried 3 times to articulate something and landed on the most honest version. I had good teachers, Harry said, and moved his bishop. Christmas at the house in Wiltshire. The train home on December 23 and Seraphine on the platform at King's Cross, which Harry had not expected. he'd expected to be met by Mathis or by Dorian, and the sight of her, still and composed in the crowd of families reuniting, resolved something in his chest that he hadn't fully registered as tense until it stopped being tense. "You look different," she said. "4 months," he said. "Not older." "Just," she looked at him. "You've been managing something large and not showing it." "Someone had to." "Yes." She took his trunk. "Tell me everything in the car." "Not the letters." "Everything." He told her everything. The Quidditch match, the broom, Hermione's intervention. The stone, the layers, Flammel. The growing certainty about Horcruxes. Quirrell's smell getting stronger month by month, the fragment feeding on proximity to the stone that it wanted. Dumbledore watching from behind his half-moon glasses with the patient certainty of a man running a game toward a predetermined end. She listened the way she always listened, completely, without interrupting, without the reactive concern that would have made it harder to say clearly. When he was done she was quiet for a moment. "Then, the Horcrux in your scar." "Yes," he said. "You've known for a while." "Since before Christmas." He looked out the car window at the motorway. "Lysara said she suspected it. I'd been circling it myself." A pause. "If I'm carrying a piece of him, Maman, if I'm a Horcrux, then whatever Dumbledore's endgame is, it involves me dying. Or something close to it. He needs the fragment destroyed." The car was very quiet. Caspian said, Harry continued, steadily, "When he taught me about layer defenses, he said the most important question about any protection is whether it was designed with a human variable in mind. Whether there's a sacrifice built in." "Harry, I'm not frightened," he said. "I just want to understand the design before I decide what to do with it." Seraphine was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the motorway became the country road became the lane that led to the house, and he could see the lights of it through the trees. "When you were 3 years old," she said, "you were a variable in someone else's equation. And I took you off a doorstep." Her voice was entirely steady. "I am not going to discuss you dying as if it's a predetermined outcome. Maman. I'm going to discuss," she said, "what we do about a soul fragment that is occupying space in my son's scar without permission, and how we remove it without removing him, and Lysara has been working on exactly that question for 2 years." She pulled the car to a stop in front of the house. The lights were on. He could see Dorian's silhouette in the kitchen window, which meant everyone was home and food was probably happening, because Dorian cooked when he was anxious and December had given him several opportunities. "She has a theory?" Harry said. "She has 12 theories." Seraphine looked at him. "She's narrowed to 3. Come inside. It's cold and Dorian's made something." He came inside, and the house was warm, and Lysara immediately appeared from the library with a journal and an expression that meant she'd been waiting and had a great deal to say. Caspian looked at him from the armchair with an assessment that ended in a single nod that said, "You did well, I see you did well, I'm not going to say more than that." Dorian gave him a hug that lifted him off the ground and said, "Salute, idiota mio, you look tired," which was Dorian's version of "I missed you and I was worried." "I'm fine," Harry said. "You look tired," Dorian said again, and kept his arm around Harry's shoulders and walked him to the kitchen. January brought the return to Hogwarts and a change in the temperature of Quirrell's presence that Harry clocked in the first week back. The fragment was restless. Something had shifted over Christmas, whether it was the proximity to the stone or something else. The smell of Quirrell had changed character, the dark layer sharper and more present, pushing closer to the surface. In defense class Quirrell stuttered less, which was, paradoxically, worse. The stutter had been the nervous human man, the anxiety of carrying something he couldn't control. Less stutter meant the human man was losing ground. "It's moving faster," he told Hermione after Tuesday's class. She didn't ask what he meant. She'd been tracking it too, keeping her own record. "What does that mean for the timeline?" "It means if Dumbledore is waiting for something specific, he shouldn't wait much longer." Should we tell him? Harry thought about this carefully, the way Seraphine had taught him to think about things that mattered, not the immediate answer but the shape of what each answer led to. Tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore moves his timeline forward, the trap closes, the fragment is confronted. Harry becomes an actor in the scene rather than a watcher. Dumbledore's plan runs, which means the martyr variable runs. Don't tell Dumbledore. The fragment pushes harder, Quirrell gets closer to the stone, and eventually something happens that nobody has designed for. Not yet, he said. But we need to know what's in the rest of the protection sequence. Hermione looked at him. You're not suggesting, I'm suggesting we know what we'd be walking into if it came to it, he said. Not that we walk into it. She studied him. Then she opened her notebook to a fresh page. I know about the dog, she said. Devil's Snare, Sprout mentioned it in passing in herbology. I think Flitwick's involved, which means something key-related. McGonagall will have the chess set. She mentioned creating something for the stone defense without specifying what. Snape's protection is probably a logic puzzle with potions, given his subject. And Quirrell himself, Harry said. The last layer will be Quirrell. Or whatever's using him. The mirror, Hermione said. He looked at her. Dumbledore's mirror, she said. I found a reference in a restricted text. Erist, shows the deepest desire. Quirrell told us about it in passing in October, do you remember? He said some magical objects reflect rather than contain. He said it in the middle of talking about something else and then stopped. She looked at her notes. He was thinking about it. About what's behind the protection. And I think Dumbledore's used the mirror as the final protection because it'll show whatever stands in front of it what they want most, and if what they want is the stone, they'll see it but never get it, and if they want to find the stone for someone else, they'll get it, Harry finished. Right. She looked at him. Dumbledore thinks the person who can get the stone out is someone who wants it but won't use it. Which in his model is, me, Harry said. The word sat between them. In his model, Hermione said carefully. In his model, Harry agreed. Yes. The night it moved was a Thursday in June. Harry was awake when he heard it, not the sound of footsteps, not anything as audible as that. It was the scar. Not the seashell sound, the low constant hum that had been with him since he could remember. This was different. Sharp, immediate, pointed, like a tuning fork struck in a room made of perfect acoustic stone. He sat up in the dark of the dormitory. The fragment in Quirrell was moving. He could feel it with a precision that wasn't physical, the same way he'd felt it since January building and now finally gone past some threshold. The connection between what was in the scar and what was in the turban, the family resemblance of soul fragments from the same shattered source, pulling toward each other like parts of a broken thing trying to reassemble. He dressed in the dark, silently, the way Caspian had drilled into him, shoes tied without looking, movement small and controlled, no fumbling because fumbling was noise. He knocked quietly on the partition of Hermione's dorm area, which worked because she was already awake, sitting on her bed with her notebook open and a look on her face that said she'd felt something different too, though not the same thing he'd felt. It's tonight, he said. I know, she said. Quirrell went past the common room 40 minutes ago. I heard him. You've been sitting here for 40 minutes? Waiting for you to wake up, she said, practically. I didn't want to wake you if I was wrong. Harry looked at her for a moment. This was one of the things about Hermione that he found consistently remarkable. Her operational instincts were excellent, she just didn't always trust them. You're not often wrong, he said. I know, she said, and then, with a slight shift in expression, don't tell Ron that. Ron appeared in the doorway looking disheveled and entirely awake. I heard you both, he said. What's happening? Quirrell's going for the stone, Harry said. Tonight. Right now. Ron swallowed. Right, he said. Okay. What do we do? Harry had made this decision on the train home in December, on the platform at King's Cross in January, in every letter to Seraphine since February. He'd turned it over from every angle Caspian had given him and reached the same point each time. Seraphine had said observer, not actor. Caspian had agreed. The plan was sound. The plan was also built on the assumption that Dumbledore's trap would run cleanly, and Dumbledore was not here. Dumbledore had been called away. Harry had verified it that morning, the headmaster's office dark, the gargoyle unactivated. Someone had called Dumbledore away, and Harry would bet everything Lysara had taught him that the someone was Voldemort himself, using Quirrell to clear the board. "We go after him," Harry said. "But you said," "I said we observe until we know what we're walking into." "We know what we're walking into." He looked at Ron and Hermione. "I need to get to that mirror before Quirrell does, and I need both of you to get out before the last room." "Harry, the last room is mine," he said. "Not bravado. Just geometry. Whatever's in that mirror when I stand in front of it, I need to be the one standing in front of it. Do you understand?" Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Whatever she saw in his face satisfied her, or at least settled into the category of things she trusted without fully understanding. "The stone," she said. "If you get the stone, then Voldemort doesn't," he said. "Which is the point?" Ron made a noise that was somewhere between agreement and mild terror and squared his shoulders. "Let's go, then," he said. The logic of the protection sequence was exactly as Hermione had theorized, and her preparation was the reason they moved through it faster than it was designed to be moved through. The devil's snare she talked them through while Harry burned it back with a focused wandless heat that he didn't explain and Ron didn't ask about. The keys Hermione spotted by pattern rather than instinct, different movement, she said, "That one's been duplicated," and Harry caught it on the nimbus while Ron and Hermione protected his approach from below. The chess set was the hardest thing and the most honest thing. It was massive and brutal, and the pieces moved with an intelligence that was clearly enchanted rather than automated. Ron looked at it for 30 seconds and then said, "I can get you both to the other side," and his voice was steady in the specific way of someone who has decided to do something and doesn't want to think about it too much. "Ron, knight sacrifice," Ron said. "You both go straight through, I buy you time from the king's bishop position. I've worked it out." He looked at the board. "McGonagall designed this. There's a pattern in the opening positions. She always plays an aggressive center open but leaves the knight side exposed as a sacrifice prompt. I've watched her play Sprout in the staff room twice this year." Harry looked at him. This was Ron Weasley at his most precise and most genuine, and it was extraordinary. "You'll be knocked off your piece," Harry said. "Hard." "I know," Ron said. "I've been hit by a bludger. I'll be fine." He was already moving to the board. "Go. When I move the knight, go." "Ron," Hermione said, and her voice had something in it that Ron appeared to feel rather than hear, because he turned and looked at her and something passed between them that Harry didn't fully have vocabulary for yet. "I'll be here when you get back," Ron said. "Straight through. Go." The mirror room was quiet. Quirrell stood in front of the mirror of Ariste with his back to the door, and the turban was off, and the back of his head. Harry had seen a great many things in his life that were not ordinary, but this was in a category by itself. A face in the back of the skull, thin and pale and red-eyed, the way a reflection looks wrong in water that's been disturbed. "I wondered when you'd come," the voice said. Not Quirrell's voice. Thinner, higher, coming from the wrong place. Harry walked to stand beside Quirrell. The man's body was rigid, barely breathing, a puppet that had been used past its limits, and looked at the mirror. His reflection. 11 years old, standing in a stone room. And in the reflection's hands, a small red stone. He felt it land in his pocket. "Clever," said the voice. "The mirror gives it to someone who won't use it," Harry said. "Dumbledore built it that way. And you don't intend to use it." The red eyes turned to look at him from the back of Quirrell's head, and Harry met them without difficulty, the way he met everything, directly, with his full attention and no performance. "You're not what I expected. I've been told that before." "The scar," Voldemort said, and something in the voice recognized something in Harry, the fragment in the scar responding to the fragment in the turban like a frequency returning to its source. "You know what you're carrying." "Yes." "Then you understand I'm not entirely gone." "I understand you made yourself very hard to kill," Harry said. "I also understand you're currently sharing a man's skull, which suggests the situation is not ideal." A pause. The red eyes studied him with the particular attention of something that had not expected to be talked to like this. "Give me the stone," Voldemort said. "No. I could take it." "You could try," Harry said, "and I'd like to see what happens when you do, because I've been spending a year in proximity to a Horcrux and I know how they feel, and I know how you feel through this scar, and you're weaker than you're pretending." Silence. "You know that word," Voldemort said. "I know what you are. I know how many pieces you made yourself into." He met the red eyes steadily. "I'm not giving you the stone. And you already know killing me makes your situation worse, not better. So we're at an impasse." "I could possess you," Voldemort said. "As I possess Quirrell." "You won't," Harry said. "And why not?" "Because you've felt what's in this scar," Harry said. "The fragment you put here. You know what it sits next to. And you're afraid of it." He held the red gaze. "You've always been afraid of the thing you couldn't categorize." The eyes were very still. Then Quirrell moved, lunged, hands reaching for Harry's throat, and Harry caught his wrists by instinct, Coven-trained reflexes operating 3 seconds ahead of conscious thought, and where Harry's hands touched Quirrell's skin the man screamed. The burning started where their skin met, spreading outward. Harry held on, not out of cruelty, out of necessity, out of the understanding that Quirrell releasing him meant Quirrell getting the stone, and the stone leaving this room meant everything Lysara and Seraphine and Dumbledore and every other person who'd stood between Voldemort and the world had worked toward coming apart. Quirrell burned. The fragment screamed, and Harry felt it through the scar, the resonance of it, 2 pieces of the same broken thing reacting to each other across the gap of a year and 9 years and the space between a doorstep and a mirror. Then it stopped. Quirrell collapsed. Harry stood in the mirror room with his hands shaking very slightly, the adrenaline doing what adrenaline did, and looked at Quirrell on the floor, breathing, barely, the passenger gone from him, fled, screamed out through the same door it had arrived through, a cold wind and a shriek that felt like a piece of something tearing and then silence. He reached into his pocket. The stone was there, small and red and warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. He looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back, empty-handed now. He sat down on the floor next to Quirrell and checked his pulse, alive, barely, and held the stone in his hand and waited for the sound of footsteps coming. Dumbledore arrived in 4 minutes. He stood in the doorway and looked at the room, Quirrell on the floor, Harry on the floor beside him, the mirror showing them both, and something moved through his expression that Harry let happen, watching it the way he watched everything, reading the layers. Relief. Calculation. Something that might have been guilt, briefly, before it became something more managed. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "The stone," Harry said, and held it out. "I imagine you want to destroy it." Dumbledore looked at the stone in Harry's hand. Then at Harry. The half-moon glasses couldn't entirely conceal the recalibration happening behind them. "Are you hurt?" Dumbledore asked. "No." "Quirrell, alive?" "Barely. He needs the hospital wing immediately." A pause. "The Horcrux is gone from him. For now. The fragment that was in the turban, it fled when Quirrell's body failed. It isn't destroyed. It went somewhere." He held the stone steadily in his outstretched hand and met Dumbledore's eyes. "There are others. The Horcruxes. This wasn't the only one." Dumbledore was very still. "I know you know," Harry said. I know you've been planning around this for a long time. I know the plan involves me. He didn't look away. I'm telling you, so that you know that I know. So we can stop pretending otherwise. A long silence in the mirror room. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, 11 years old, sitting calmly on the floor next to a collapsed professor, holding the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and the expression on the old face went through something Harry would not have had words for then but would understand later as a very old and very certain person encountering a variable they hadn't planned for. "Take the stone," Harry said. "And then I think we should talk." Chapter 5, Blood Calls to Blood. The hospital wing at 2 in the morning had the specific quality of places that have absorbed too much human distress over too many years. The stones held it. Madame Pomfrey moved through it with the brisk competence of someone who had long ago made peace with the fact that children at Hogwarts injured themselves with extraordinary creativity, and she asked Harry 3 questions about his physical state: were his hands burned, was he dizzy, had he lost consciousness, received 3 accurate answers, and directed him to a bed with the authority of someone who understood that arguing with her was always the worse option. He sat on the edge of the bed and didn't lie down because lying down felt like the wrong geometry for what he needed to think about. Quirrell was behind a curtain at the far end. Alive, Pomfrey had confirmed, but barely, and she'd said it in the tone that meant alive right now was doing a lot of work in that sentence. The man had been hosting a soul fragment for months. What that cost a human body, Lysara could probably quantify. Harry filed it as information he needed to request when he next wrote home. Ron was 2 beds over with a bruised collarbone and a slightly dazed expression that had been present since the chess room. Hermione was sitting on a chair beside him, upright, notebook in her lap, looking at Harry with an expression that was waiting for him to be ready to talk. "He knows," Harry said. "Dumbledore?" Hermione said. "He knew I knew about the Horcruxes before I said it. The surprise wasn't the information. It was that I had it." He looked at his hands. The shaking had stopped. He recovered very quickly. "He's had a long time to recover from surprises," Ron said, carefully, because his collarbone hurt when he moved his shoulder. "Yes," Harry said. "That's exactly what concerns me." Hermione wrote something. "Then, what did he say? After you told him you knew?" "He said we'd talk in the morning. And he looked at me for about 10 seconds in a way that I need Caspian to help me interpret." Harry paused. It wasn't threatening. It was, assessing. The way you look at something you thought you understood and realize you've been using the wrong model for. Is that bad? "It means he's changing his model," Harry said. "Which is good, because his previous model involved me dying at some point, and I'd like to move away from that model." He said it matter-of-factly, and watched Hermione's pen stop moving and watched her look up at him and watched her decide not to say the thing she'd started to say. "I know," he said. "I've known for a while." "And you're fine with it?" She chose the word like it wasn't quite right. "I'm working on alternatives," he said. "Lysara has 3 theories. One of them is probably viable. I'm not fine with it in the sense that I've accepted it. I'm fine with it in the sense that I'm not panicking, which keeps my thinking clearer." Ron made a sound that suggested his thinking on the subject was considerably less clear. "When you say he's been planning for you to die, the soul fragment in my scar is part of Voldemort," Harry said. "It has been since I was 15 months old. Destroying it is necessary for Voldemort to be actually, permanently dead. Dumbledore knows this. His plan, the one he's been running, involves getting to a point where that fragment can be destroyed." He looked at the ceiling. "The question is what mechanism he's planning. And whether the mechanism requires me to be dead for it to work." Silence in the hospital wing. Somewhere behind a curtain, Quirrell breathed. "But you think it doesn't have to," Hermione said. "Lysara thinks it doesn't have to," he said. "And Lysara is considerably smarter than most people about this specific subject." "Who is Lysara?" Ron asked, and then winced as the question moved his shoulder. You keep mentioning her and Caspian and your mum and someone called Dorian. Who are these people? Properly. Harry had been waiting for this question since September. He'd been considering how to answer it since before September. He looked at Ron and at Hermione, both of them watching him with the particular quality of people who have decided to trust someone and are now asking to understand who they've decided to trust. My family found me when I was 3 years old, he said. On the Dursleys' doorstep. Dumbledore had left me there. They took me in. A pause. They are not human. Hermione was very still. Specifically, Harry said, they are vampires. Old ones. Seraphine is the oldest, 900 years. Caspian is 600. Lysara is 400. Dorian is 200. Ron opened his mouth. Closed it. They raised me, Harry said. They educated me. Everything I know, the languages, the strategy, the magic theory, all of it, comes from them. And they are the reason I am not a frightened 11-year-old boy with no idea what's in his scar. A long silence. Vampires, Ron said. Yes. And they just found you. On a doorstep. Yes. And kept you. Yes. Ron thought about this with the visible effort of a person rearranging furniture in a very full room. He stopped. Started again. That actually explains a lot. Hermione found her voice. How, the bloodline restriction on Hogwarts wards would have, she stopped, thinking rapidly. Vampires are classified as beings, not creatures, since the 1960s Classification Act. There's no specific exclusion from acting as magical guardians if they meet the general requirements for. She stopped again. You're not turned. You're not a vampire yourself. No. They raised me as their heir. As family. But I'm human. He paused. Mostly human. Mostly, Hermione said. 8 years living with vampires at the degree of proximity I had changes things at the margins. Sensory range. Instincts. Pain tolerance. Nothing that shows up in a standard magical examination. He looked at her. Lysara documented all of it. Of course she did, Hermione said, and then, unexpectedly, laughed, a brief, genuine laugh, the kind that came out before you decided whether it was appropriate. Of course your 400-year-old vampire scholar documented your unusual development. Of course. Something in Harry eased. Are you? He stopped. Is this fine? She said. I mean, I'm processing it. But I'm fine. She clicked her pen. It explains the chess. It explains the languages. It explains why you walked into this castle looking like you'd already been here. She paused. It explains why you smelled what Quirrell was before anyone else did. Yes. And your family, Seraphine, she knows about the Horcrux in your scar. She's known for 2 years. Lysara's been working on it. He looked at his hands again. She's not going to let Dumbledore use me as a variable in his equation. She made that clear. Good, Hermione said, with a firmness that surprised him slightly. Someone should. Ron had been quiet for a moment. Do they, I mean? You're going back there this summer. Yes. To the vampires. To my family, Harry said. Ron nodded slowly. Then, will they let you come back next year? Harry looked at him. The question was very Ron, not are you safe or is this real, but the specific concern of a person who'd made a friend and wanted to know if the friend was going to remain available. Yes, Harry said. I'll come back. All right, Ron said, and seemed satisfied, and shifted his shoulder carefully, and winced. Dumbledore's office in the morning was everything the hospital wing wasn't: deliberately warm, deliberately busy with moving pictures and spinning silver instruments, and a phoenix that looked at Harry from its perch with the same quality as the hat, like something very old meeting something it had been waiting to see. Harry sat across from Dumbledore's desk and noted the office the way he always noted rooms: the positioning of things, what was visible, what was half visible, what was behind him, and then gave Dumbledore his full attention. "You did extraordinarily well last night," Dumbledore said. "I stopped someone from stealing a stone," Harry said. "It wasn't elegant. Most important things aren't." The old eyes were doing the thing they'd been doing in the Great Hall in September, looking at two versions of Harry simultaneously, the one that was present and the one that had been expected. "I find myself curious about the last year," Dumbledore continued. "Not about the events, those I can reconstruct. About how you understood them as you did." "You want to know who taught me," Harry said. "I want to know what I'm working with," Dumbledore said, simply and without pretense, which Harry found unexpectedly refreshing. "I've spent years building a picture of who you would be." The picture was, clearly, incomplete. The picture was built on an 11-year-old boy who'd spent 9 years with the Dursleys, Harry said. "That's not who I am." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "I realize that now." He folded his hands on the desk. His expression was open in a way that Harry read as genuine, not performed openness, but the actual thing, a man who had encountered a limit in his thinking and was willing to sit with it. "Your guardians, the ones I don't know about. They have your trust." "Completely." "And your education, under them was significant." "Yes." "The Horcrux theory." He paused. "That's not something in any Hogwarts text. It's not something the Ministry has in any accessible record." "How? My family has a library," Harry said. "And a scholar who is constitutionally incapable of leaving a mystery alone." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "You know there are others," he said. "Other Horcruxes." "I believe there are 5 more, at minimum," Harry said. "Based on Lysara's research into magical theory and what we know about Voldemort's known movements before 1981. He watched Dumbledore's face. "You've been looking." "For some time," Dumbledore agreed. "Have you found any?" A pause, longer than it needed to be. "One," Dumbledore said. "A ring. In Gaunt's shack. I found it over the summer." He looked at his right hand, which Harry now noticed was gloved, which he hadn't noticed before, and recalibrated. The retrieval was not without cost. Harry looked at the gloved hand. The ring had a curse on it. A complex one. "Lysara, your scholar, if she has work on curse containment, she does," Harry said. "I'll write today." Dumbledore looked at him. The expression was the one Harry had been trying to name since the mirror room, and he thought he had it now. It was the expression of a man who has been carrying something very heavy alone for a very long time and has just been shown that he doesn't have to. Not a chess piece. A person, sitting across the desk, in possession of resources Dumbledore didn't have and offering to use them. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "I owe you an explanation." "Several," Harry said pleasantly. The old mouth curved. Not quite a smile. "Yes. Several." He leaned forward slightly. "I left you on the Dursleys' doorstep because I believed the blood protection was the safest thing available. I was not wrong about the magic. I was wrong about the context. I did not check. I should have checked." He said it directly, without qualification. "I did not expect to find that you'd been flourishing in circumstances entirely outside my knowledge." "I was on a doorstep in November," Harry said. "In the rain. I was 3 years old." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You were." He didn't deflect it. "Seraphine Voss." Harry looked at him. "I know who she is," Dumbledore said. "I have known for some time." I did not know she had you. He was quiet for a moment. She is, my mother, Harry said. Not loudly. Just definitively. The words sat between them. I understand, Dumbledore said, and Harry believed he did. I won't ask you to choose between, good, Harry said. Because I won't. Another pause. The phoenix shifted on its perch. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. Harry had been waiting for this. Tell me. So Dumbledore told him. The full text, recited from memory, in the careful voice of a man who had lived under the weight of it for 11 years and was now sharing the weight for the first time. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened. Held it. Turned it over. It doesn't say how, he said. No. It says neither can live while the other survives. The Horcruxes are keeping him alive without a body. Remove the Horcruxes and the condition changes. He looked at the ceiling briefly. He can't properly survive if the anchors are gone. The prophecy's conditions are about the soul, not the body. If his soul is whole enough to properly live or properly die, then the constraint of the prophecy becomes manageable, Harry said. Not a death sentence. A condition that can be engineered toward. Dumbledore was very still. You'd thought of this, Harry said. I had begun to, Dumbledore said. I lacked your particular framing. A pause. And I lacked, I believe, someone who could say it directly. Without carrying the emotional weight of the prophecy the way I do. Harry looked at him. The old man looked tired, he realized. Not physically, the energy behind the eyes was entirely present, the intelligence undimmed. But tired in the way that people got tired when they'd been carrying something alone for too long. I'll need to be kept informed, Harry said. All of it. The Horcruxes you find, what you know about the others, the timeline you're working toward. Not summaries. Everything. Dumbledore considered this for a moment. That was probably the shortest genuine consideration Harry would get from him. Agreed, he said. And my family is not your enemy. Seraphine Voss has resources and knowledge you don't have. Lysara's curse work could help you with the ring. He nodded at the gloved hand. That would be the practical place to start. Dumbledore looked at the gloved hand. Then at Harry. You're asking me to work with a vampire coven. I'm telling you that you already are, Harry said. You just didn't know it. He was home on June 28, and the summer felt different from the inside. Not quieter. The house was never quiet when everyone was home. But there was a quality to it, the specific texture of a place where people knew what had happened and were processing it in their own ways, which in the Coven's case meant several parallel processes happening simultaneously and occasionally intersecting at mealtimes. Lysara had read his letters about the mirror room 3 times before he arrived. He knew from her first question, which was not "Are you all right?" but described the resonance between the scar fragment and the turban fragment in precise sensory terms. I need the data. He described it. She wrote it down. She added it to the 3 theories and, he gathered from her expression, it had effectively eliminated one of them. The contact burning, she said, tapping her pen against her journal. When you touched Quirrell. Describe the mechanism from your side. It wasn't me burning him, Harry said. Or not consciously. It was the magic in the scar, the fragment inside it, reacting to the fragment in him. The proximity pushed the reaction past a threshold. He paused. It felt like feedback. Like when a sound loops through a system too many times. Yes, Lysara said, and wrote rapidly. The fragments repel each other at contact even though they want to cohere at distance. The paradox is the key. She looked up. Sit down, I want to walk you through where the theory is. He sat down. She walked him through it. The soul fragment in his scar was anchored not just by the Horcrux creation but by the specific nature of Lily Potter's sacrifice. The love magic, ancient, powerful, the kind that wrote itself into the fabric of living things, had wrapped around the fragment when it lodged and had been, for 12 years, essentially caging it. Not destroying it. Containing it. The fragment can't grow, Lysara said. It can't expand, it can't properly connect to Voldemort's other pieces. It's been in there for 12 years and exactly the size it was when it arrived. She set down her pen. Which is why your scar hasn't changed. But removing it, Harry said. Removing it carefully, extracting a piece of foreign soul from a living soul without destroying the living soul, is theoretically possible. It's never been documented. But theoretically it's just a very delicate application of the principles behind ghost severance and soul contract dissolution. Both of which Lysara has published on, Seraphine said from the doorway, which meant she'd been listening, which Harry had known for 10 minutes. Neither of which anyone has applied to a Horcrux in a living subject, Lysara said, with the tone of someone acknowledging a limitation without conceding the territory. How close are you? Harry asked. Closer than I was in January. She looked at her journal. The feedback you described, that's actually good news. It means the fragment is reacting strongly to external magical pressure. Reactive fragments are more extractable than passive ones. She paused. I want to bring in someone else. A specialist in soul magic. There's a woman in Prague, bring her in, Seraphine said. She'll need to know about Harry. Anyone who needs to know about Harry will know about Harry when they need to know, Seraphine said, which was a sentence that sounded absolute but was actually a process statement. Harry had learned, she wasn't saying no, she was saying on my terms. Lysara wrote a name in her journal. I'll write to her tomorrow. Caspian sat across from him at the chess board on the third evening and looked at him the way he sometimes looked at the board, not at the current position, but at the game as a whole, the entire arc of moves from opening to this point. Tell me about the mirror room, he said. Not what you did. How you felt while you did it. Harry moved a pawn. Clear, he said. I felt clear. Not frightened. Aware. Not frightened. He looked at the board. There was one moment, when Quirrell lunged and I caught him. The instinct was faster than the decision. That was your training. But the decision came after. Immediately after. I held on because I'd already calculated that letting go was worse than holding on. Caspian studied the board. When Voldemort spoke to you through Quirrell. You weren't, he chose his word carefully. Overwhelmed. No. You've been in proximity to the fragment in your scar for 12 years, Caspian said. The familiarity of his presence reduced the shock of the encounter. That's part of it. Harry moved his bishop. The other part is that he was weak and he knew it and I knew it. He was trying to intimidate from a position of genuine disadvantage. I've watched Dorian do that at card games. Caspian's expression moved very slightly towards something that might have been amusement. Dorian would be deeply offended by that comparison. Dorian would understand it immediately and then be offended, Harry agreed. They played for a while in comfortable silence. Outside, summer was doing everything summer did in Wiltshire, the garden loud with birds, the light going long and gold through the library windows, the smell of the wood coming in over the stone wall. Dumbledore, Caspian said. He's going to be useful, Harry said. Or more useful than he's been. You trust him? I trust his motivations, Harry said. He genuinely wants Voldemort stopped. He genuinely cares about the students at Hogwarts and the wizarding world more broadly. His methods are, he's been operating without adequate information and with a very high tolerance for using people as variables. Give him better information and the variable issue becomes less likely. You're going to give him better information. I already started. He moved his knight. And he's going to give me what he knows about the Horcruxes. Caspian looked at the board. At the knight position, specifically. Then at Harry, and the expression had moved all the way to something Harry didn't see very often on Caspian's face, open. When I was teaching you chess, he said. The first summer. You were 6. You taught me to look at the whole game, Harry said. You started doing it with everything else almost immediately. Caspian moved a rook. I noticed. I thought it was remarkable. I didn't say so. You showed up to training the next morning at 6:30 instead of 7, Harry said. I knew. Caspian looked at him. You knew. You always shorten sessions by half an hour when you think you've underestimated something. You think it, you adjust, and the adjustment shows up the next morning. Harry met his eyes. I've been watching you for 8 years. A quiet moment. The chess board between them, the summer outside, the sound of Dorian somewhere in the house doing something that involved a cabinet being closed more firmly than strictly necessary. Check, Harry said. Caspian looked at the board. Looked for a long time, with the thoroughness of 600 years of chess. Then, slowly, tipped his king. Harry stared at the board. It was the first time. You let me, he said. I didn't, Caspian said, and his voice was entirely level. You saw it 2 moves before I did. The owl arrived from Dumbledore on July 14th. It was a long letter, longer than Harry expected, written in the deliberate handwriting that he'd first seen on a note in a basket on a doorstep. Dumbledore described what he knew of the Horcrux hunt, the ring, destroyed at cost, the curse on his hand spreading despite attempts at containment. He confirmed Harry's count was approximately right and offered his own list, which added one Harry hadn't identified. He wrote about Voldemort's known history, his obsessions, the objects he would have chosen as Horcrux vessels. He also wrote, in the last 3 paragraphs, something Harry read twice and then handed to Seraphine. I believe your scholar's work on the soul fragment in your scar is the most important research currently being conducted in the magical world. I have been slow to reach this belief. I have been operating under a model that required your eventual sacrifice because I could not see another mechanism. I am asking, humbly, to be shown the other mechanism. I do not ask for access. I ask only that if it exists and if it can be completed before the war escalates further, you will tell me when it is ready. I owe you more than I can easily enumerate. I have spent 11 years planning for a boy I had not met. I would like, now, to know the person you actually are. Seraphine read it. Set it on the kitchen table. Looked at Harry. Well, she said. Yes, Harry said. He writes well for a man who uses semicolons that way. Harry laughed. It was short and genuine, and Dorian appeared in the doorway because he could hear a laugh from 2 rooms away when Harry was in the building and always came to see. What? Dorian said. Dumbledore, Harry said. What did he do now? He apologized, Harry said. Dorian looked at the letter. Then at Harry. Is that good? It's a start, Harry said. Second year began the way second years generally began, with a return to the familiar that had shifted slightly in your absence, the castle the same and different, the faces in the corridors acquired in context for the first time. Harry walked back through the portrait hole on September 1st and the common room felt smaller than in memory, and his bed in the dormitory was exactly the right size, and both of these things were just true, and he let them be true. Hermione and Ron had taken the train together. Harry had met them at King's Cross, the 3 of them navigating the barrier with the ease of people who'd done it before and knew what was on the other side. New defense teacher? Ron said, at breakfast on the first morning, looking at the staff table. New face at defense. A man with golden curls and robes that were more expensive than most people's entire wardrobe, a smile that was confident in the specific way of someone who had decided the room would find them charming and was waiting for the room to confirm it. Harry looked at Gilderoy Lockhart. Then at Hermione. Hermione had the expression she got when she'd already done the research. "He's written 7 books," she said. "I know," Harry said. "I've read all 7, she said. Then, carefully, "I'm revising my opinion of all 7. "What changed?" "Something about the writing style between books changed significantly. The way he describes magical theory shifted in a way that suggests the person writing the later books has a different foundational understanding than the person who wrote the earlier ones." She picked up her pumpkin juice. "Either he grew a great deal between books 4 and 5, or the events in books 4 and 5 didn't happen to him," Harry said. She looked at him. "I was going to reach that conclusion." "I know. I got there last night when you told me his name and I looked him up in Lysara's correspondence files." He watched Lockhart work the staff table, charming his way down the row with practiced ease. "He's a fraud. Probably an accomplished one. You need skill to steal other people's stories and tell them convincingly. But a fraud." "So we have no defense teacher again," Ron said, with the resigned tone of someone who is beginning to see a pattern. "We have a defense teacher," Harry said. "We just don't have one who can teach us anything useful." He looked at Hermione. "Room of requirement." She looked at him. "We've been looking for it since May," he said. "You have 3 theories about its location. We find it, we use it for practice. Between the 3 of us we have enough defense theory to cover the curriculum and then some." She stopped. "That's actually a very good idea. Teach the others too," Ron said unexpectedly. Both of them looked at him. He had his thinking expression on, the same one he used over a chess board. "People are going to need it. If Voldemort's," he said the name with only a slight flinch, he'd been practicing since Harry had told him to stop flinching at it, "if he's building back up, people should know how to defend themselves." Harry looked at Ron for a moment. "Yes," he said. "That's right. We'd need a name," Hermione said, and her pen was already out. The chamber opened in October. Harry knew it before the school did, which was not a surprise. The first petrification was a cat, Mrs. Norris, Filch's, found hanging stiff from a torch bracket with the words on the wall still wet. He came past the scene behind the crowd of students and read the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware," and felt the familiar pulse in his scar. Not Voldemort. Different frequency. Older. Something ancient in the school's foundation. "Parseltongue," Hermione said quietly at his shoulder. He'd known for years. Since Lysara had taught him to listen to magical languages, the way they had structure and grammar and intent even when they sounded like something not intended to be heard in human hearing. He hadn't spoken it consciously, but he'd been aware of the hiss beneath his awareness since he was 8 or 9, the way certain magical creatures responded to his attention differently. "Yes," he said. "Do you speak it?" "Let's find out," he said. It turned out yes, fluently, in the specific way of things you know before you know them. The hiss was already there when he tried it, native rather than learned, the words forming without translation, direct. He found a snake in the herbology greenhouse the following afternoon and spoke to it, and the snake looked at him with the bright attention of something encountering its own language in an unusual face, and told him 3 things about the movement of warmth in the greenhouse walls that were interesting but not immediately useful, and 1 thing about a passage under the roots of the old ash tree that was both. "There's something under the school," he told Hermione and Ron. "The chamber," Hermione said. "Older than the chamber," Harry said. "Or continuous with it." The snake described a passage. "It goes down from the ash tree in the east corner of the greenhouse to a corridor that smells like water, and then further down to something the snake called the Old Dark." "The Old Dark," Ron said. "It's words, not mine," Harry said. "Salazar Slytherin," Hermione said, in her assembling information voice. "He was a Parselmouth. The chamber was his creation. If there's a passage from the greenhouse that's separate from the main entrance," she was writing. The main entrance is almost certainly under the school's plumbing, based on the architectural surveys I found in the library. But a secondary entrance through the old tree root would be a way in that doesn't require finding the main entrance first, Harry said. She looked up. Are you planning to go in? I'm planning to understand it, he said. Before something else happens. Something else happened 3 days later. Colin Creevey, petrified, his camera melted. Harry stood over the scene after Dumbledore had it cleared and thought about the camera, melted, specifically, not just stopped, not just frosted. Whatever looked through that camera had interacted with the lens in a way that destroyed it. An indirect reflection. He thought about Lysara's texts on magical creatures. About creatures whose direct gaze was lethal but whose indirect effects were merely devastating. About creatures so old they predated current magical classification. He wrote to Lysara that evening. Her reply came in 3 hours. Basilisk. If I'm right about the founding magic and the age of the chamber, it's large. Very large. Do not look directly at it. Write back with everything you can confirm about the method of petrification versus the method of death. The distinction matters for understanding what the victims saw versus what would have been fatal. And Harry, it will respond to Parseltongue. That is both the advantage and the danger. P.S. Caspian wants me to tell you that if you go into the chamber without telling us first, he will drive to Scotland and be unpleasant about it. I am passing this on as instructed. Harry read the postscript twice and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. He wrote back, I'll tell you before I go in. The advantage is already obvious, it means I can command it to stop before the next attack. The question is what's commanding it to attack in the first place? The answer to that question cost him a month and a near miss with a ghost. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was the only place in the school that smelled specifically wrong, not wrong in the way Quirrell had smelled wrong, but wrong in the way of old magic left without tending, magic that had settled into the pipes and the walls and was doing something slow and patient and not particularly concerned with being noticed. He found the diary in the U-bend on a Tuesday afternoon in November, which Myrtle described with a combination of grievance and pride, and he held it and felt it immediately, the weight of something inside paper and leather and ink that had no business being there, the specific pressure of a soul fragment through the cover, familiar now in the way that his scar fragment was familiar. Another Horcrux. He wrapped it in the scarf he'd been wearing without touching the cover with his bare hands, because the resonance between this fragment and the one in his scar was immediate and sharp and he didn't want to spend time dealing with whatever that proximity triggered. He wrote to Lysara, found it. Tom Riddle's diary. Horcrux confirmed. How do I contain it safely until it can be destroyed? He also wrote to Dumbledore, because that was part of the arrangement, and the arrangement was holding. Dumbledore's reply was faster than expected, basilisk venom. A weapon of opportunity if you find yourself inside the chamber. The diary is already compelling victims, whoever is opening the chamber for it is already under its influence. We need to identify them before another attack. I believe you already have a suspect. He looked at that sentence for a long moment. I believe you already have a suspect. He did. He'd been watching Ginny Weasley since October, not with suspicion, initially, but with the attention he gave to changes in pattern. She'd been bright at the start of term, engaged, the particular energy of a first year who was excited about being where she was. And then, gradually, she'd gone quieter. Not sadder, emptier, which was different, the difference between someone processing something difficult and someone being drained of something essential. He hadn't connected it to the diary until he found the diary. He connected it immediately after. He found her in the library on a Thursday evening, sitting alone with a book she wasn't reading, and sat down across from her and said, very quietly, Ginny. The diary. She went very still. I'm not angry, he said. I found it. I know what it is and I know what it's been doing to you. He looked at her directly, not with accusation. Can you tell me what happened? Her eyes were too bright in the library light, the particular brightness of someone who has been holding something terrible alone. "I didn't mean to," she said, barely audible. "I know. It talked to me," she said. "He talked to me. He was kind, at first. He listened. I told him things and she stopped. I didn't know what he was." "No one would," Harry said. "He was designed to be believed." She looked at him. "He said he knew you. He said, he called you a nuisance. He said you were the reason things had gone wrong for him." Something flickered in her face. "I stopped writing to him after that. I tried. But he already had enough," Harry said. "I know. Ginny, you need to tell me everything you remember about the last time you were unaware of what you were doing. Times where you can't account for an hour or 2 hours." It took 40 minutes. He wrote everything down, and she cried for approximately 3 minutes in the middle and stopped, and he didn't tell her it was all right in the way that implied it wasn't actually that bad because it was that bad, a 12-year-old girl's mind used as a tool. He said you're safe now and meant it in the specific sense that the diary was contained and she was out of its immediate influence. He sent her to Madame Pomfrey that evening, with a note that said nothing specific but communicated that she needed rest and observation, and he took the diary to Dumbledore's office, and they sat in the warm office with the phoenix and the spinning silver things, and Harry put the diary on the desk and said, "It's already commanded the basilisk to attack. I need to go into the chamber and stop it." Dumbledore looked at the diary. At Harry. "You know where the entrance is. The girls' bathroom, 2nd floor. And there's a secondary passage from the greenhouse." He looked at the old man. "I'm going to speak to the basilisk. Before any killing, I want to try commanding it to stop." "You think it will obey?" "It was created to obey Parseltongue," Harry said. "If I'm the Parselmouth currently available, logic doesn't always apply to 1,000-year-old magical creatures." "No," Harry said. "But it's worth trying before anyone dies." He paused. "I need a week to prepare." "What do you need?" "I need Lysara's notes on basilisk physiology and the specifics of basilisk venom as a Horcrux weapon. I need the diary destroyed but not here, somewhere I can bring it in the chamber where the venom is already available." He looked at Dumbledore. "And I need you to trust me that I'm coming back out." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The phoenix made a soft sound from its perch. "1 week, Dumbledore said. He told Hermione and Ron on the Friday. I'm going in on Saturday, he said. You're not coming. Ron started to say something. Ron, Harry said. The basilisk kills with direct eye contact. Even indirect, through a ghost or a puddle, is enough for petrification. The only advantage I have down there is Parseltongue. That advantage doesn't transfer to either of you. He looked at both of them steadily. I need you up here. I need you watching Ginny, making sure the diary's influence is fully gone. And I need you to tell Dumbledore in 2 hours if I haven't come back. 2 hours is not enough time, Hermione said immediately. 2 hours is exactly enough time, Harry said. If I'm not back in 2 hours it means something has gone wrong that 2 hours of waiting won't fix. Hermione looked at him. You've planned all of this? Yes. With your family? Lysara and Caspian? Yes. She was quiet for a moment. What does the basilisk do when you command it? Lysara's theory is that it will respond to authority in Parseltongue the way it was created to respond, as a guardian. Not a pet, not a weapon. A guardian can be told to stand down. He paused. If it can't be stood down, the diary venom option is available. But I want to try the first thing first. Ron looked at him. And if neither works? Then I improvise, Harry said. You're the worst at improvising, Ron said. I'm fine at improvising. You have contingency plans for your contingency plans. You're terrible at improvising. Harry looked at him. Dorian would disagree. Dorian's been alive 200 years and still leaves his keys in the wrong place, Ron said, with the confidence of someone who had been hearing about Dorian for a year and had formed strong opinions. That's not a reliable benchmark. Despite everything, Harry laughed. 2 hours, he said. Tell Dumbledore. The chamber was exactly what it should have been and nothing that prepared you for it. He came down through the secondary passage, the ash tree route, the underground corridor, the smell of old water and older stone, and the chamber proper opened ahead of him, enormous, the kind of enormous that came from being carved by something patient over a very long time. The torches lit at his presence, Salazar's magic still functional 1,000 years on, because some things were built to last and Slytherin had been building for legacy. He stood at the chamber entrance and spoke. Not words, exactly. The Parseltongue wasn't words in the conventional sense, it was intent given shape, purpose given sound. He spoke authority into the dark the way the Coven had taught him to stand in a room, not loud, not threatening, just present. Occupying the space completely. The basilisk came from the far end of the chamber. It was extraordinary. He kept his eyes on the floor, not out of fear, but because looking at the floor was the correct choice, and correct choices didn't require bravery, they just required making them. The basilisk's movement was a sound, scales on ancient stone, a sound that had a weight to it like distant thunder. He felt it before he saw it, the displacement of air, the particular cold of something very large moving in an enclosed space. It stopped 10 feet from him. He could see the lower third of its body in his peripheral vision without looking at its eyes. Yellow-green scales. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Founder's generation, possibly, if Slytherin had brought it with him rather than created it here. He spoke to it. The basilisk listened. This was the extraordinary thing, it listened. The patience of it, the stillness, the quality of something that had been waiting a very long time for someone to arrive who knew how to address it properly. Not a monster. A guardian, as Lysara had theorized, with a guardian's loyalty and a guardian's anger at being misused. He told it what had been done with the diary. What had been done through it. He told it in Parseltongue with the directness of someone who had learned from people who understood that honesty was a kind of respect. The basilisk was still for a long time. Then it said, in Parseltongue, something that translated roughly as, the little speaker used the old words wrong. Yes, Harry said. You were given commands through a vessel. Not freely. The vessel spoke the old words. The vessel was being used by something that doesn't have the right to use them. Another long stillness. The chamber breathed around them. You have the right, the basilisk said, and there was something in the hiss of it that was recognition, the same recognition that Griphook had shown in Gringotts, the same recalibration that happened when something very old met something that spoke its language properly. I do, Harry said. And I'm telling you to stop. What was done cannot be undone, but it's done now. Stand down. The basilisk was still for a long time. Then, slowly, it turned and moved back down the chamber, back to the dark end, back to the place it had been waiting in for 1,000 years, and the sound of its movement faded, and the chamber was quiet. Harry stood in the quiet for a moment. Then he took the diary from the inner pocket of his robes, still wrapped in the scarf, and he knelt and placed it on the chamber floor. He looked at it. He needed to be sure before he used the venom, he needed a secondary method, not just proximity to the basilisk. He needed to destroy it himself, here, where he could witness it. He called to the basilisk, once more, a very specific request. The basilisk returned. Stopped beside him, and opened its mouth, and a single fang, long as his forearm, descended carefully to the floor. Harry picked up the diary. Thought, briefly, of Ginny Weasley in the library, of the brightness in her eyes that was the wrong kind of brightness. Thought of Lysara's 12 theories and Seraphine's voice saying I'm not going to discuss you dying as if it's a predetermined outcome. Thought of Caspian's king, tipped over on the board. He drove the Fong through the diary. The fragment screamed the way the turban fragment had screamed, the same frequency, the same soul-rending quality of something that had been made to last and was instead ending. The diary convulsed in his hands, ink bleeding from the puncture in a way that looked like blood and wasn't, and then went still. He set it down. Looked at his hands. Not shaking this time. 1 Horcrux. 2, counting last year. He climbed back out of the chamber, back through the passage, back to the girls' bathroom, and Hermione was in the corridor outside with her watch and her notebook, and the expression on her face when she saw him was the most openly relieved he'd ever seen her. 1 hour and 43 minutes, she said. I told you, he said. You did, she said. Are you hurt? No. He looked at her. The basilisk stood down. The diary is destroyed. She absorbed this. You talked it down. Yes. 1,000-year-old basilisk. It was being used against its purpose, he said. It responded to someone who addressed its purpose correctly. She looked at him for a long moment. That's either the most extraordinary thing I've heard this year or the second most extraordinary thing. What's the first? You beating Caspian at chess, she said. He laughed. Really laughed, tired and genuinely happy. He told you about that? He mentioned it in a letter. Caspian wrote to you? He writes to both of us, she said. Since January. He said, and I quote, Hermione Granger's instincts in the Quidditch match scenario were operationally correct and should be encouraged. Which is apparently a significant compliment. Harry looked at her. It is, he said. Quite significant. I thought so, she said, pleased. Come on. Dumbledore's going to want to know everything. They walked up the corridor, and somewhere in the castle Ron was watching Ginny, and in Wiltshire 4 people were going to read a letter on Sunday that said 2 down, and the war was still coming, but it was coming towards someone who had been taught to read the whole game. Chapter 6, The Heir and the Horcrux. The end-of-year feast had a quality that Harry couldn't quite name until he was halfway through it and realized what was missing. Relief. Not his. Everyone else's. The school had spent a year under the specific dread of something moving in the walls, something picking students off at random, the arbitrary terror of not knowing who was next or why. And now it was over, officially, Dumbledore's announcement precise and warm and carefully calibrated to provide closure without detail, and the hall was loud with the released energy of several hundred people who had been holding their breath since October. Harry ate his dinner and watched it and felt separate from it in a way that wasn't loneliness. He'd felt separate from group relief before, in the aftermath of the mirror room, in the quiet of the hospital wing while everyone else processed the near miss with the stone. It wasn't a bad feeling. It was just the particular texture of being someone who had known the shape of the danger before everyone else and had spent the intervening time working the problem, so that the ending, when it came, was a coordinate on a map rather than a surprise resolution. Ron was not separate from the relief. He was eating with the complete dedication of someone who had been worried for months and was now not worried, which expressed itself, with Ron, as appetite. Hermione was writing something in the margin of a napkin, which Harry suspected was notes on the basilisk's linguistic patterns that she'd been processing since he'd told her the details. Neville Longbottom, 3 seats down, was talking to Seamus and Dean with an animation that Harry had been watching develop over the year, the gradual calibration of a person who is becoming who they are, tentatively and then with increasing confidence. He'd managed a particularly difficult herbology project in March that Professor Sprout had called exceptional. He'd stood up to Malfoy in the corridor in November and done it without backing down, and Harry had watched that from 20 feet away with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has been paying attention to a variable and seen it resolve correctly. He hadn't interfered. Hadn't needed to. Neville had handled it himself. That had been the point. Dumbledore caught Harry's eye from the staff table. Not pointedly. Just the acknowledgement of someone who knew what had happened in the chamber this week and was still processing what that meant for the model he'd been running for 11 years. Harry held the look for a moment, then went back to his dinner. "You're doing the thinking face," Ron said, without looking up from his plate. "I'm always doing the thinking face. This is the specific one where you're thinking about multiple things simultaneously and ranking them by urgency." Harry looked at him. "How do you distinguish that one?" "Your jaw does a thing," Ron said. "Hermione noticed it first. She told me." Harry looked at Hermione. "Third week of September," she said, still writing on the napkin. "I made a note." He looked back at his plate. "I need to talk to Dumbledore before we leave tomorrow," he said. "Alone?" "About the Horcruxes," Hermione said. "About the Horcruxes and the curse on his hand and what comes next year." He paused. "He promised me information. I want the rest of what he has before summer." "What he has might not be much," Hermione said. "What he has is more than I have right now," Harry said. "And I've learned enough this year to know what questions to ask." Ron stabbed a potato. "I want to be in the meeting." "It'll be direct and relatively short," Harry said. "Then I can handle it." Harry looked at him. Ron had that expression he got when he'd made a decision and wasn't going to be moved from it, not aggressive, just settled, the expression of a person who has assessed a situation and concluded that his presence is relevant. He wasn't wrong. "Fine," Harry said. Hermione put down her pen. "Me too." "Obviously," Harry said, and she picked the pen back up. Dumbledore's office at 9 the next morning had the good light, the east-facing window full of June sun, the phoenix preening on its perch with the self-satisfaction of something that found mornings agreeable. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a cup of tea and 3 additional cups that had appeared without being asked for, which was either deliberate preparation or excellent peripheral perception. Probably both, Harry thought. Ron and Hermione took the 2 chairs. Harry remained standing, not from any particular strategic decision but because the meeting felt like the kind that should be conducted upright. "You wanted to discuss what comes next," Dumbledore said. "The remaining Horcruxes," Harry said. "What you know and what you suspect." Dumbledore set down his tea. "I know of 2 remaining with certainty. I suspect 3 more." He met Harry's eyes. "I was going to tell you this at the end of summer. I'm telling you now because last Tuesday you walked into a chamber with a 1,000-year-old basilisk and came back out with a destroyed Horcrux and no injuries, and I have revised my timeline for what you're ready to hear." "Tell me," Harry said. Dumbledore told him. "The locket, Slytherin's, stolen from a cave above a coastal cliff by a man named Regulus Black, who had died trying to destroy it and failed. The cup, Helga Hufflepuff's, held by a Gringotts vault belonging to the Lestrange family. The diadem, Ravenclaw's, lost. Dumbledore's best guess was that it was somewhere inside Hogwarts itself, possibly in a room of hidden things that had been collecting secrets for centuries. And possibly one more, an object whose identity he hadn't confirmed, something connected to Nagini, Voldemort's snake. And the scar." "The scar I know about," Harry said. "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "I want you to know that the research your scholar is conducting is the most important work I'm aware of right now. The mechanism she's pursuing, extraction without destruction of the host, if it's viable, she believes it is," Harry said. "Then I want every resource she needs. She'll tell you what she needs when she needs it." He looked at the old man across the desk. "The locket. Regulus Black's family, where are they now?" Dumbledore paused. "The Black family is largely diminished. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, for a crime he may not have committed," Harry said. The room went quiet. Hermione's pen had stopped moving. Ron was very still. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. "What do you know about that?" "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. "He was the secret keeper. He was the one who told Voldemort where my parents were. He staged his own death and he's been living as a rat in the Weasley household for 12 years. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I know this because Lysara spent 3 months following the logic of the trial records, which Mathis obtained from the Ministry, and the logic doesn't work if Sirius Black is the actual traitor. It works perfectly if Peter Pettigrew is. Dumbledore was very still. Sirius Black, Harry continued, is my godfather. He is in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. And somewhere in Ron's house right now there is a rat who has been hiding since 1981 and who knows where Voldemort is and what shape he's in. He paused. So that's also something we need to deal with. Ron had gone slightly pale. Scabbers, he said, in a voice that was doing its best to stay level. Yes, Harry said. I'm sorry. You knew, Ron said. Since when? February, Harry said. I needed to be certain before I said anything. Hermione, I found the same thing in March, Hermione said, quietly. I didn't know you'd already found it. I was going to tell you at the end of term. Ron looked at both of them for a moment. Then he looked at Dumbledore. Can you get Scabbers, Pettigrew, without him running? He'll run the moment anyone gets close. With the right preparation, Dumbledore said, and his voice had a quality Harry hadn't heard in it before, something rawer than the warm headmasterly register he usually operated in. Genuine pain, Harry thought. The man had known Pettigrew. Had known all of them, the Marauders, had watched them and cared about them in his particular chess master way. I owe Sirius an enormous debt, he said. I should have looked harder at the time. You should have, Harry agreed, without heat. But the mechanism for fixing it is straightforward if we have Pettigrew. I want it done before next year. I'll arrange it, Dumbledore said, and the certainty in his voice was real. Harry nodded. Looked at Ron. I should have told you sooner, he said. About Scabbers. I'm sorry. Ron was quiet for a moment, processing the specific kind of hurt that came from having a pet you trusted turn out to be something else entirely. Then, he was a bad chess player, Scabbers. Always knocked pieces over. I should have known something was off. It broke the tension in the room like a window opening. Dumbledore, Harry noticed, covered his expression with his teacup. The train back to London was loud in the way it always was at the end of term, the accumulated noise of a school full of children who were done containing themselves. Harry sat in their compartment and felt the year arranging itself in his mind the way years did when they were finished, the shape of it clarifying in retrospect. The chamber. The basilisk. 2 Horcruxes. Dumbledore's model cracked open and rebuilt on better foundations. Sirius Black, his godfather, innocent, a year from potentially walking free. Pettigrew, the actual rat in every sense, soon to be caught. And Lysara's theories. Getting closer. He wrote in his notebook, not the Caspian-style field notes but the other notebook, the one he kept for things that mattered differently, things that were more personal than operational. He wrote quickly, the train moving through the English countryside, the afternoon sun doing something warm through the window. Ron fell asleep in his seat by Birmingham. Hermione read for an hour and then put her book down and looked at Harry and said, "Can I ask you something?" "Yes." "About your family. About what it was like growing up." He looked at her. This was a different kind of question from the logistical ones, from the research-based ones, from the operational planning questions. It was a genuine curiosity question, the kind Hermione asked when she'd been thinking about something for a while and had decided she wanted to understand it rather than just know it. "What specifically?" he asked. "The discipline," she said. "Not the training, I understand the training, that's practical. But you're very self-contained. You feel things, I can tell, but you carry them without showing them. That's not a normal 11-year-old quality. Or 12-year-old. She paused. "Did they teach you that? Or did you develop it?" Harry thought about this properly. "Seraphine is 900 years old," he said. "The others are hundreds of years old. When you're that old, You've learned that feelings have their time and place, and expressing them in the wrong moment costs you, not in a repressive way, but in a, everything has its right moment. They taught me that. To feel things fully in the right place and not in the wrong one. But you do feel them. Yes. He looked at the countryside. More than I show. Probably. He paused. Caspian cried once. I was 8. He thought I was asleep. He was sitting in the library and he'd been reading something, an old document, I never found out what, and he was crying very quietly. He looked at his hands. He'd think I forgot. I never forgot, because he's 600 years old and he was sitting in the library at 2 in the morning crying, and it was the most human thing I'd ever seen. It taught me something. Hermione was quiet for a moment. What did it teach you? That the discipline isn't about not feeling. It's about trusting that there's a time and a place for everything, and that the time always comes. You don't have to push. Just wait for the right moment. He paused. And in the meantime, be useful. She looked at him for a long time. Then, I think your family must be very good. They are, he said simply. I'd like to meet them, she said. Not as a request. Just putting it out there, the way Hermione sometimes floated an idea before she was ready to fully commit to it. You will, he said. Probably sooner than you think. She nodded and picked her book back up, and outside the train the English summer went past, and Ron slept, and Harry thought about home. Seraphine was at King's Cross. And Caspian. And Dorian, in spite of everything, in spite of the fact that King's Cross on a Saturday in late June was an exceptional quantity of humans in a small space, which he managed by standing at the absolute edge of the platform and looking at everyone who walked past with an expression that created adequate personal space without anyone understanding why. Harry came through the barrier and saw them, and the thing that had been held carefully in its correct time and place since September released itself very suddenly, and he walked to Seraphine and she put her arms around him and he stayed there for a moment without saying anything. She smelled like the house. Like the library and the garden and the particular cold that was just hers. 2 down, she said, quietly. 2 down, he confirmed. Dorian grabbed his trunk from behind without ceremony. Caspian stood slightly apart, reading the crowd with the automated assessment of someone who has spent centuries doing it, and when Harry looked at him he got a single nod that covered everything Caspian wasn't going to say in a train station. Hermione was behind Harry, having come through the barrier just after him. She stopped when she saw the 3 of them and Harry watched her do the thing she always did, assess, file, recalibrate. Hermione Granger, he said. Seraphine Voss. Seraphine looked at Hermione with the attention she gave to things that mattered to him. Hermione met her eyes without flinching, which Harry had predicted but still found satisfying. Harry's told us about you, Seraphine said. He's told me about you, Hermione said. Quite a bit, actually. Good things, I hope. Accurate things, Hermione said, and then paused as if realizing this could land several ways. Which are also good things. He describes you all very accurately. Seraphine smiled. I like her, she said to Harry. I know, Harry said. I told you. Ron had arrived with his family at the far end of the platform, the enormous red-haired group, his mother pulling each child into an embrace with the thoroughness of someone who believes hugging is a contact sport. Harry watched and felt something warm and uncomplicated about it, the same thing he always felt watching the Weasleys, the specific warmth of a family that was large and loud and didn't manage its feelings quietly. Ron looked over and spotted Harry's group and did a brief double-take at Caspian, which was a standard reaction to Caspian, and then waved. Harry waved back. The red-headed one, Dorian said. Ron, Harry said. He has good instincts, Dorian said, with the tone of a man who had decided this in absentia based on Harry's letters. The chess room. Yes. I want to play him sometime. He'll beat you in the middle game, Harry said. Dorian looked mildly affronted. I've been playing chess since before his country existed. And Ron has been playing since he was 4 and he thinks about it differently than you do and he'll beat you in the middle game, Harry said. Caspian agrees. Caspian, without looking away from the crowd, said, I agree. Dorian made a sound of Italian grievance and picked up the trunk. July in Wiltshire had a specific quality that Harry had been missing since September without fully quantifying what was missing. The weight of the place. The age of the garden. The particular light that came through the library windows in the late afternoon, gold and thick, turning the dust motes into something deliberate. He spent the first week doing nothing particularly planned, which was itself a kind of plan. Reading in the library, training in the garden with Caspian, sitting with Lysara while she worked and occasionally talking and occasionally just existing in companionable parallel, which was one of the things he was most comfortable with. On the 5th day Lysara said, without looking up from her journal, I've eliminated the second theory. Harry set down his book. The Prague specialist, she said. Vera. She came in April. She confirmed the fragment is reactive and isolated rather than integrated, it hasn't woven into your soul, it's sitting adjacent to it, coexistent rather than merged. Which means, extraction is more viable than removal, Harry said. You don't have to remove something that's already separate. Exactly. She looked up. The mechanism is complex and it will require you to be in a specific meditative state during the procedure, which means you'll need to be trained for it. But the principle is sound and Vera has agreed to be part of the team. She paused. It will also require something from the fragment's origin. You mean something connected to Voldemort? One of the other Horcruxes, she said. As a resonance anchor. The fragment in your scar will naturally orient toward another piece of the same fragmented soul, and that orientation creates a pathway we can use to ease it out. Like removing a splinter by creating a favorable gradient. Harry thought about the locket. About Dumbledore's information. About the sequence of what needed to happen and in what order. If the locket is retrieved, he said. If the locket is retrieved and is not immediately destroyed, kept intact as an anchor, temporarily, then yes. We could use it. She looked at him steadily. This isn't imminent. This is a year away, possibly 2. You need to be older for the meditative training to hold, and we need Vera here, and we need the right conditions. But it's possible, Harry said. It's possible, she said. Harry sat with that for a moment. The specific quality of possible when it applied to something he'd been carrying the weight of for 2 years. It didn't resolve anything yet. But it changed the shape of it. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet, she said, and went back to her journal. Dumbledore wrote in the second week. He wrote to Seraphine, which Harry thought was the right move, acknowledging who held authority in this household rather than routing everything through Harry. The letter was formal, respectful, and entirely different in register from anything he'd written before. Dear Madame Voss, I find myself in the position of writing to you under circumstances I should have arranged a great deal earlier, and I want to begin by acknowledging that directly. I failed Harry badly in 1981, and I continued to fail him by not monitoring the situation I created. The fact that my failure resulted in him being raised by people who clearly love him and have equipped him extraordinarily well does not diminish the failure. I would like, with your permission, to visit. Not to discuss custody or legal arrangements or Harry's place in my plans. I would like to understand who raised him so that I can understand who he is, and so that I can explain to you, properly and in person, what I know about what is coming. I will come at whatever time is convenient to you, alone, with no expectation of any particular outcome. Albus Dumbledore. Seraphine read it at breakfast. Passed it to Caspian. He read it and passed it back. Well, she said. He's genuine, Harry said. I can see that. She set the letter down. I'm more interested in whether he can manage Dorian. Dorian will be fine. Dorian will spend the first 40 minutes trying to establish dominance in the conversational sense, Caspian said, without looking up from his own reading. He will not, Seraphine said. He absolutely will, Caspian said. He did it with Mathis for 3 years. I'll talk to Dorian, Harry said. You'll talk to Dorian, Seraphine agreed, with the relief of someone delegating a task that is entirely appropriate for the person being given it. Harry talked to Dorian that afternoon in the kitchen, which was where Dorian processed most things, either cooking or sitting at the table thinking about cooking. He found him making something complicated with pasta and a focused expression. Dumbledore's coming, Harry said. I know, Dorian said. I read the letter. And? Dorian stirred something. He left you in a basket. In the rain. In November. Yes. He spent 11 years planning to use you as a sacrifice without asking you. Also yes. And he gets to just come here. He stirred more forcefully. He gets to come here and explain himself to Seraphine, who is 900 years old and has made people significantly more formidable than Albus Dumbledore deeply regret their choices. Harry sat on the counter. I'm not asking you to forgive him. I'm asking you not to be theatrical about it. Dorian turned around and looked at him with the expression he got when he was genuinely rather than performatively annoyed. I'm not theatrical. You are absolutely theatrical. You know you are. It's usually charming. For this, it's not helpful. A pause. Dorian turned back to the pasta. He's useful to us, Harry said, more quietly. He knows things. He has access to things. And he's genuinely trying to change how he's operating. I've watched him for 1.5 years. He's not performing the change. He's actually doing it. Dorian was quiet for a long time. Then, he hurt you. Before we found you. What those people did to you in that year, Dorian. And he put you there. He made that decision. Yes, Harry said. He did. And I've decided that's something I'm keeping separate from the question of whether working with him serves the goal. He paused. Seraphine did the same thing with the man from Guildford years ago. The warlock. He'd done something she found unforgivable and she worked with him anyway because the context required it. You remember everything, Dorian said, which wasn't an argument, just an acknowledgement. I remember what matters. Dorian plated the pasta, set a bowl in front of Harry without being asked, sat down across from him. I won't be theatrical, he said. Thank you. I reserve the right to be cold. That's fine, Harry said. Caspian will be colder. Caspian is always cold. Then you'll seem warm by comparison, Harry said, which might actually be the most useful outcome. Dorian pointed a fork at him. You're doing the thing where you make me feel like the plan was my idea. Was it not? Harry said. Dumbledore arrived on a Thursday afternoon in the 3rd week of July. He came alone, as promised. No wand drawn, no particular fanfare, just an old man in slightly worn purple robes walking up the garden path with his half-moon glasses and his white beard and the particular quality of presence that very powerful people developed whether they wanted it or not, the sense that the air organized itself slightly differently around them. Harry met him at the garden gate. Thank you for coming, Harry said. Thank you for the invitation. Dumbledore looked at the house, at the garden, at the stone bench under the oak tree. Something moved across his face, something Harry might have called recognition, if that made sense, the expression of a man seeing a thing that corresponded to something he'd been imagining for a long time. Seraphine's inside, Harry said. The others as well. All of them? It seemed appropriate, Harry said. You're meeting the family. It should be the family. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. That's right. They went inside. Seraphine was in the sitting room, which she had chosen over the kitchen or the library because the sitting room had a quality of formality that was still warm, not a throne room, not a parlor, just a room that said I take this seriously. She was standing near the window and she looked at Dumbledore with the complete attention of 9 centuries, and Dumbledore, for the first time Harry had ever seen, appeared briefly uncertain. Albus Dumbledore, Seraphine said. Seraphine Voss, Dumbledore said. I have wanted to meet you for a very long time. I have been deciding whether I wanted to meet you for about the same amount of time, she said. Sit down. He sat. Harry sat beside her. Caspian stood near the door with his arms crossed and his expression neutral in the way that meant he was paying complete attention. Dorian was by the window, which was a compromise between being present and not being theatrical. Lysara appeared from the library doorway with a journal, looked at Dumbledore with scientific interest, and sat down in the armchair at the edge of the conversation. You said you wanted to explain what's coming, Seraphine said. I did. Dumbledore looked at the people in the room, each of them, in turn, with the attention of someone who was understanding that the picture he'd had of Harry's guardian situation was significantly underscaled. Voldemort will return, he said. Not the fragment, not the whisper in a turban. The full reconstitution. He needs a body and a ritual, and he's had people working toward it since he fled the chamber. I estimate, 2 years, possibly 3. Based on? Caspian said, from the door. Dumbledore looked at him. Based on my knowledge of the ritual requirements and the resources available to his remaining followers. A pause. You're Caspian Voss. Yes. Harry speaks highly of you. Harry speaks accurately, Caspian said. Your estimate. Walk me through the reasoning. And Dumbledore did, and Caspian listened, and twice asked precise questions that made Dumbledore stop and reconsider specific elements of the estimate, and by the end of it the timeline had shifted from 2 to 3 years to 2 to 2.5 based on an access point to the ritual components that Caspian identified from the description that Dumbledore hadn't fully weighted. Seraphine watched this exchange and said nothing, which was itself a statement. The Horcruxes, Lysara said, when the timeline discussion paused. The ones remaining. I need everything you know about their locations. She had her pen out. Not summaries. The full intelligence file. I don't have certainty on all, everything you know, she said again. Certain and uncertain. I'll weight it appropriately. Dumbledore looked at her. You're Lysara. I am, she said. And you have a curse on your right hand that is progressing faster than you're admitting. I need to see it. A pause. It's contained, Dumbledore said. It isn't, Lysara said, with the pleasant certainty of a person who has read enough about this specific type of curse to know exactly what it does. The containment charm you're using is slowing it, not stopping it. I have 2 papers on this exact curse family and I have been looking at your hand since you sat down. She met his eyes. Show me. Dumbledore looked at Seraphine. She's our scholar, Seraphine said. If she can help, let her help. He removed the glove. The hand was worse than he'd implied. The blackened area had spread from 3 fingers to the back of the hand, and the magical signature of it when Lysara leaned forward and examined it closely was deeply aggressive, not static damage, but active consumption, the kind of dark magic that fed on life force and didn't know when to stop. Lysara made a sound of professional concentration. How long ago did you touch the ring? Last August. 10 months, she said. And the containment charm, Snape, Dumbledore said. He's been maintaining it. Severus Snape is an excellent potioneer, Lysara said, and the potion work he's doing is slowing it correctly. But the charm layer needs to be rebuilt from a different theoretical framework. She was writing. I'll prepare a protocol. You'll need to come back in 2 weeks. She looked up. You'll come back. It wasn't a question. Yes, Dumbledore said. Good, she said, and closed her journal. There was a quality in the room then, not comfort exactly, not warmth in the simple sense. Something more complicated. The specific texture of people who have been on opposite sides of a problem beginning to occupy the same side of it, not because their differences have resolved but because the problem is big enough that the differences have been temporarily subordinated. Dorian had stopped being theatrical around the time Lysara started examining the hand. He was watching Dumbledore with something more complicated than cold now, the expression of a man reassessing. "The boy who lived," Dorian said, not to Dumbledore, just to the room. "That's what they call him. What the wizarding world calls him." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "He has a name," Dorian said. "He does," Dumbledore said, and looked at Harry. Harry said. "Harry," Dumbledore confirmed. And then, with the simplicity of a man who has finally arrived at the right word for something, "I've been slow to see that properly. I apologize for it." The summer moved after that with a momentum that had nothing rushed about it. Lysara's protocol for Dumbledore's hand required 3 sessions, and all 3 happened in the library, and by the 3rd session she and Dumbledore were talking about magical theory in the way that people talked about it when they'd found each other's level, occasionally and briefly losing sight of the practical purpose entirely, which Seraphine observed with an expression that was equal parts amusement and vindication. Caspian had a single private meeting with Dumbledore that Harry was not present for. He didn't ask what was discussed. Caspian told him, a week later, without being asked, "He's still running plans he isn't telling us. He probably always will be. He's constitutionally incapable of not running the full game." A pause. "He knows I know. I think that's the most productive equilibrium we'll reach." "Is that enough?" Harry asked. "It's honest," Caspian said. "That's better than most." Dorian never fully thawed toward Dumbledore, but he stopped being cold in the way that communicated active resistance. By the last visit of the summer he was operating in the specific register Harry called professionally cordial, which for Dorian was considerable. Harry wrote to Hermione and Ron every week. Hermione wrote back twice a week with research she was doing on the locket and the cup and the diadem, organizing what Dumbledore had told them in June into a research structure that was, frankly, better than anything Dumbledore had been running. She'd found 3 potential sources on the locket's last confirmed location that didn't appear in Dumbledore's intelligence, which Harry passed along with a note attributing it correctly. Ron wrote back once a week, reliably, with news about his family that was at least 60% about food and chess and Fred and George's developing business ideas, and in every letter somewhere near the end, "Scabbers is gone. Dad confirmed Pettigrew was caught. The hearing is set for October. I know you know already. Still. Thought you should hear it from me." Harry had read that letter 3 times. The last week of August, the Coven sat in the garden at dusk. Not planned. Just the 5 of them in the warm evening, the oak tree moving overhead, the wood beyond the wall doing its late summer sounds. Seraphine on the stone bench. Caspian beside her. Lysara had brought her journal but wasn't writing in it. Dorian was lying in the grass in an apparently deliberate display of relaxation that was actually quite relaxed. Harry sat on the wall between the garden and the wood, the one he'd learned to climb at 6, the stones of it warm from the day. "3rd year," Dorian said, to the general air. "3rd year," Harry confirmed. "New teacher again?" Dorian said. "Lupin this year," Harry said. "Remus Lupin. He was my father's friend." A pause. "He's a werewolf." A moment of silence. "Of course he is," Dorian said. "Dumbledore recommended him specifically," Harry said. "I think he's good." Lysara found his published work on Dada theory, it's thoughtful. "Werewolf," Dorian said again, apparently still processing the specific irony of the Coven's adopted human son going to a school with a werewolf professor. "You could write to him," Lysara said. "On theoretical grounds. His paper on the interaction between lycanthropy and standard defensive charm mechanics was interesting and had a gap in it that I've been thinking about." "Naturally," Caspian said. "The gap is real and addressing it would improve the paper." Of course it would. Seraphine looked at Harry on the wall. The dusk was doing something gold through the trees, the sky above the wood going to the first pale blue of evening. How do you feel about third year? She asked. He thought about it. Not the operational version, the actual answer. I feel like I'm getting closer to something, he said. Not the end. Not the war. Just a version of myself that can handle it properly. He looked at the sky. I feel like the last 2 years have been the practice and third year is where things start to matter in a different way. They've always mattered, Seraphine said. Yes. But, the Horcruxes are getting fewer. Sirius will be free by October. Dumbledore is actually sharing information. Lysara has a viable theory for the scar. He looked at her. The pieces are starting to point somewhere instead of just existing. And Voldemort, Caspian said. 2 years, Harry said. Maybe 2.5. We know what the ritual requires and we know who's running it for him. We have time to prepare if we use it. He looked at his hands. I want to find the diadem this year. It's in the castle. The room of hidden things. The room of requirement, Seraphine said. You know about it? I've known about Hogwarts for 400 years, she said mildly. Lysara read him the relevant section. Lysara opened her journal to a page near the front and read a description of the room of requirement that was more comprehensive than anything in the school's accessible records, including a description of the hidden things aspect that corresponded exactly with what Harry had been theorizing. He looked at Seraphine. I don't tell you everything immediately, she said. Some things you need to find yourself first. So that when you have the information it builds on your own thinking rather than replacing it. He stopped. Annoying, she offered. Pedagogically sophisticated, he said. I've had 900 years of practice. Dorian laughed from the grass. Caspian's expression moved toward the thing Harry had learned to read as amusement in the 400 years' worth of its restraint. Harry sat on the wall and thought about third year. About Lupin and what he'd know about his parents. About Sirius Black walking out of Azkaban and what that conversation would look like. About the diadem, sitting in a room full of centuries of hidden things, waiting to be found. About the locket in the cave above the coastal cliffs, about the cup behind a Gringotts vault door. About the scar on his forehead, and the fragment in it, and Lysara's viable theory. About Voldemort, wherever he was, being carried from forest to forest by whoever remained loyal, thin and bodiless and counting down to a ritual that Harry now knew the shape of, waiting for the moment he thought he was ready. The thing about Voldemort, Harry thought, was that he'd spent 30 years believing that the boy who survived was a piece on a board, a target, and then later a sacrifice, and finally a destined confrontation with a predetermined shape. A variable defined by its function in someone else's equation. He didn't know yet, couldn't know yet, what he was actually going to face. Not a scared boy with a prophecy and a wand. Not a martyr prepared to die for the greater good. Something that had been raised in the dark and loved there and educated by centuries and taught that power was discipline and discipline was choice and choice was the only thing that actually mattered. Something that had walked into a chamber and talked down a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Something that had sat across from a Horcrux wearing a dead man's face and held its gaze until it flinched first. Something that was still, fundamentally, a boy who had been found on a doorstep in the rain by someone who had decided to take him home. Harry looked at the garden, at the oak tree moving in the late summer air, at the 4 people who had made him everything he was and who would be here when the war was done and when every Horcrux was ash and when the prophecy had run its course. The foundation of it, the permanent solid fact of it, the thing that Voldemort had never understood and Dumbledore had only recently begun to understand and that Harry had known since he was 4 years old, asking if he could call her Maman. Love wasn't a variable. It wasn't a weapon, not really, despite what the ancient magic said. It was a structure. The bones of everything else. What you built the strategy on. Third year, Harry said again, quietly. Third year, Seraphine agreed. The last of the summer light left the garden. The oak tree stood in the dark. The wood was quiet. And somewhere in Britain, a war was approaching at whatever speed wars approached, patient and certain and entirely unaware that the thing it was approaching had already been preparing for it for longer than it knew. The story continues.